I'd like to call the meeting to order. And we'll start with the land acknowledgement. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we're meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection.
True patriot love in all of us common. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land.
Madam Clerk, can you proceed with roll call, please?
Sure, and good morning. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Burrows.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster.
Here.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warden Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Hodnott.
Here.
Councillor Yon.
Present.
Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Here.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Schulist.
EOTMGSO.
Councillor Tripp.
Here.
And Councillor Watt.
Present.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, thank you. And our motion is that the minutes of the County Council session or meeting of June 12, 2025 be adopted. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by the member from North Algonquin Wilberforce, second by the member from McNabb Side. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And next resolution is that the closed minutes of the County Council meeting of June 12, 2025 be adopted. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. Thank you, Council. Since the last County Council meeting on June 12th, I've attended 6 meetings on council business. At our previous meeting, we acknowledged June as both Pride Month and National Indigenous History Month. Today, I would also like to recognize June as Seniors Month. The theme for 2025 is fit, active, and healthy seniors. I would like to acknowledge and honor the amazing seniors in the County of Renfrew and to recognize the hard work seniors have put into our communities all their lives to make the County of Renfrew into the great place it is today. On June 14th, I had the privilege of attending the change of command ceremony between Colonel Guinea and Colonel Trenholm. I also was there with other members of County Council to see Colonel Guinea be promoted to Brigadier General Guinea, and he's off to Europe for a year. We extend our sincere thanks and congratulations to both for their leadership and service. On June 20th, the 18th annual Renfrew County Wardens Golf Tournament was held at Dragonfly Golf Links. I'm proud to share that the event raised over $8,500 in support of 2 local charities, Family and Children's Services of Renfrew County, Darlene Aikens Memorial Fund, and the County of Renfrew Homelessness and Housing Fund. A heartfelt thank you to our generous sponsors and supporters, to the County of Renfrew staff, and to the staff at Dragonfly Golf Links for making this fundraiser a success. Congratulations to Team Sweetness, I think that's a misprint, who once again were the tournament's winning team. I was also pleased to attend John Yakubuski's retirement dinner, where I had the opportunity to thank him for his 22 years of dedicated service, representing the people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. We wish him all the best in his well-earned retirement. As we head into summer, I encourage everyone to think about their activities and buying power and to support our local businesses. Every dollar spent in Renfrew County helps sustain local jobs, strengthens our economy, and preserves the unique identity and vibrancy of our communities. I would also like to remind the Silver Chain Challenge is still ongoing, so if you haven't logged in, please log in and put in your walking and your biking and other exercises. We need to win again. With Canada Day approaching, I wish everyone a safe and joyful celebration. I encourage you to attend local events and to take a moment to thank the volunteers whose efforts make these celebrations possible. This is also a time to reflect on what it means to be Canadian and to appreciate the values, diversity, and freedoms. And I'm going to repeat that word, freedoms, that make our country so special. Take pride in being Canadian and in how fortunate we are to be able to call this place and this country our home. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. I'd like to call on Director of Emergency Services, Mike Nolan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And it's a pleasure today to recognize an extraordinary resident of Renfrew County and a long-term servant to the public. And I'd like to start by just recognizing his extraordinary courage and the kind of courage that defines the very best in public service. We're here to honor a paramedic whose lifelong dedication and heroic actions reflect the highest ideals of his profession, and that is paramedicine. I'll provide a very brief overview for you, and the warden will bring regards on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor. But while we do that, I'd like to welcome Brad Smith to the front of the room. Brad, if you and Vera could join us at the front, we'd appreciate that. It's up to you, Vera. But we also know that without Vera, Brad would not have been able to dedicate his very long career of service without knowing that there was someone at home to be able to take care of Brad while Brad took care of all of us. So thank you, Vera, for your courage in coming up today as well. Unfortunately, we don't have a medal for you, but I think your shining prize is standing beside you here while we work through this. In 2022, the Ontario Award of Paramedic Bravery was elevated to a provincial honor, and so that is now known as the Ontario Medal for Paramedic Bravery. Brad was a recipient of the previous honor and is one of the first recipients of the Ontario Medal for Paramedic Bravery. And the Lieutenant Governor asked that each of these individuals be recognized in their home communities where they served and, in fact, exemplified our profession. It's also worthy of note that the origins of our Sierra team came from this very example that Brad put his life at risk for another person. And from that, these council chambers, the warden, all of you and your predecessors have supported the evolution of that as a practice, and you'll soon learn why. So this medal is presented to paramedics who displayed exceptional courage in the face of grave danger while carrying out their duties to protect and save the lives of others. It is with great pride and respect that we present this honor to Brad Smith, a paramedic, a hero, a lifelong servant to the people of Ontario. A little bit about Brad is that he began his career as a paramedic in 1973. I don't have many staff that were born before 1973. So we really do have a new batch. But what I can say about the old batch is they are absolutely exceptional in terms of their work ethic, the care that they provided, and the literally tens of thousands of years of experience that we have had from the paramedics dating back to the 70s. Many of those individuals are actually here at the back of the room. We have a group called the Paramedic Pioneers. Those pioneers get together a few times a year to share stories, to talk about life, to be able to support one another, and maybe just a quick round of applause for all of the pioneers who have dedicated their lives to service. So for the 40 years of Brad's career, he served our community with unwavering professionalism, deep compassion, and quiet leadership. Through his career, he earned the trust and admiration of his peers, the gratitude of countless patients, and the respect of the entire community. I will say that when I became the chief here, everyone warned me about Brad. Brad carried the spirit and the heart of the entire paramedic service. Everyone looked up to Brad. And Brad and I, very luckily, forged a very early friendship and a relationship where Brad is truly one of the first community paramedics in Ontario because, against all of the rules, he used to book out of the base and go and visit people who he knew had a need in the community when 911 calls weren't going on. And I'm sure he's still a little bit coy about that. But I was able to pry a little book out of his breast pocket that had the name and the address and all of the people that he visited on a regular basis. I gave that little book to Jason Davis when he was in the GIS role, and he created a map of everywhere that Brad went. It was like flowers to bees, where he would pollinate the community with joy, with compassion, with care for people. And it was from that with Sean Plunkett, who's also here in the back of the room, where we empowered Brad to do that. And our community paramedic model is now in 19 countries, every province in Canada, and as well every municipality in Ontario, because of the work that Brad did early in his career and the exceptional leadership that he has shown. So now retired, Brad leaves behind a legacy of exemplary service and dedication that continues to inspire. So there, Mr. Warden, I'll hand it over to you. We do have an award for Brad here today.
Thank you. Good morning. On behalf of the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, dear Brad Smith, in 2022, the Ontario Award for Paramedic Bravery was elevated to a provincial honor, the Ontario Medal for Paramedic Bravery. As you are a past recipient of the award, it gives me great pleasure to extend to you the medal. From diving into cold waters to rescue a drowning person, to bringing someone in distress down from a highway ledge, to rescuing a family from a burning home, paramedics are asked to be there for people in their times of greatest need. The courage you displayed on February 12, 2012, in the face of grave danger is a true testament to your selflessness and sense of duty. Thank you for the remarkable bravery you have shown in risking your life to help others. As a representative of the Crown in Ontario and on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, I offer you my heartfelt congratulations for setting an inspiring example. You are greatly deserving of the Ontario Medal for Paramedic Bravery. Sincerely, Edith Dumont. I have to add, I was mayor of Greater Madawaska at the time and received the phone call after things had started to occur, and was coming up the road when they were coming back on shore. And so that morning it was dark, and Brad and other paramedics went out into the water, partially using a canoe that they'd dug out of a snowbank out to get this person who had fallen through the ice. And the person had been in the water for some time, was somewhat panic-stricken, more than panic-stricken, as well as, to my untrained eye, suffering from hypothermia. Brad and the team were quite calm, knew what they were doing, recognized the risk and tried to mitigate as best they could. At that time, all of us were struggling with the idea of water rescues and the necessity of it, and we'd signed an agreement, I believe, with Armpire at the time. That quickly showed us that it wasn't going to work. No disrespect to Armpire, just the amount of time to get to Calabogie Lake. But they threw together the plan. There wasn't insulated diving suits. It was the close of the day. But they went out and did their job, came back in, looked after the patient as well as themselves, and it was quite frightening for those of us on the side, because I was so worried we're going to lose the person on the ice, first of all, but secondly, some very near and dear people, some firefighters and some paramedics as well. But Brad, thank you very much for your leadership there, because it took someone to envision doing it, and then it took someone to do it, and you were that package. So thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. It's very humbling to have so many people come and see what was going on and things like that. I couldn't have done that without the people I'd working with me. Sean Plunkett, we've been partners for a long time, and without Sean, I couldn't have done it, because I've had other people say, I wouldn't have been there with you, I wouldn't have gone out, we just couldn't have done it. And Matt, of course, he was our supervisor on scene at the time, and commander, and he backed us up. But the student we had at the time, who's now commander as well, so I've been around for a little while, but he was going to go out in the canoe, and Matt said, you go in that canoe and you will not be hired by Renfrew County. So I did not take it lightly. After the day was over and I got back home, my wife had been called by Sean, or I went and saw her, asked her to bring me to change of clothes, and when the day had settled down, I said to my wife, I said, well, I knew if it didn't go right, you would understand. Because student, he's young. Matt, he's starting family. He's been around for a little while, but Sean, he had a young family at the time. I'm the old goat. I got grandkids, but anyway, it did go well. Everything turned out fantastically. When I got to the gentleman in the water, he was unconscious, and his partner that was holding on to him said, hurry up, I can't hold on to him much longer. But plan kind of fell apart when once we got to the edge of the ice. How do we get him out of here? But anyway, by that time, the fire department had come along, so we had a boat. So they pulled, I pushed, and you can't push in a canoe. I went over backwards into the water and under a little bit, and Sean started pulling the rope that I had attached to me, and then the police saw him running with the rope, and it was like hitting second gear, and I come out across the ice. Anyway, it was an adventure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it's probably not as well known, but Brad still volunteers, and I believe is the chair of the Fair Board in Renfrew. You see him around the Renfrew Armories and the fairgrounds a lot. So he hasn't stopped serving the community. I'll call on Mr. Davis to introduce our next delegation.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to have with us today from the Renfrew County Agricultural Economic Development Committee, two representatives, Shanna Armstrong, the member of the committee. She is the Pinnacle Haven Farm, and also Jennifer Dolman, the vice chair of the committee from Bonnechere Haven Farms, and Farmer's Daughter Honey, to talk about the committee and their future activities and a little bit about the effects of the tariffs on the Agricultural Committee. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much for welcoming us here on behalf of the Renfrew County Ag Economic Development Committee. So we're here just to we were here a year ago, and we wanted to just provide a bit of an update. You'll notice some things have remained the same, and then there's some changes, as we're all well aware of, over the last number of months. So there we go. So our committee, the Renfrew County Agricultural Economic Development Committee, is made up of both voting and non-voting members. So there's a delegate from County Council on the committee, as well as some municipal representatives, OMAFA, and then a number of businesses, ag businesses and farms. So we make up a broad array that all touch on agriculture in Renfrew County. Our mandate is to provide guidance and feedback on the state of the agricultural sector within Renfrew County to the County of Renfrew Development and Property Committee. We also recommend and assist with possible initiatives in support of agricultural, economic, and business development that can be undertaken by the county through the efforts of the Economic Development Division. And then finally, we also formally request and disperse the annual funding to the various organizations involved. There we go. So a local snapshot, some of you may recall this is the same slide as last year, given our census data is from 2021, but we thought it was important just to highlight some of the important aspects of farming in Renfrew County. So we are made up of approximately 1,000 farms. There's roughly 300,000 acres of farmland, which is 16% of the 16% of the total land mass in Renfrew County is arable farmland, so substantial enough. And roughly 300 acres per farm is the average. But it's important to note that there are a number of very large farms, and there's also a number of quite significantly smaller. 100-acre farm is sort of what a lot of people would typically think of as a smaller family farm, but there's lots of large, important family farms as well. And then 20% of all of those 300 farms are selling direct to consumer in one way or another. So the various farmers markets across the county, the Taste of the Valleys hosted by the county, from Farm Gate, working with local businesses. It could be a local hardware store or a grocery store. There's many different means, but it's roughly 20% are selling direct to consumer, with the others selling onto usually a larger market. So economic contributions, this is again from 2021. There was $128 million in farm cash receipts. It's also important to note, we obviously don't know until we have new census data, but we expect just from local comments and hearsay that it has remained roughly the same, but we're keenly awaiting the new statistics. And 28% of farm operators are female. There's 16% generate renewable energy, which includes bioenergy, solar, and wind. And so now on to the projects for this year through the committee. $10,000 was issued to the Renfrew County Federation of Agriculture for ATV trail signs. They're highlighting the regional agriculture, and they provide valuable educational and cultural insights for riders to foster a deeper appreciation for local farming practices and the rural landscape. These signs will promote agriculture and as well as awareness, support agritourism, and help to bridge that knowledge gap between the users and the farming community. There's also been $25,000, up to $25,000 budgeted for a countywide agricultural strategic plan initiative that will empower local data-driven policy and planning for our industry. There's never been a strategic plan specifically just for agriculture within the county, but we felt it very important to help develop a vision so that we can all work together in one common way. And then Renfrew County Beef Rotational Grazing Study. So there's 5 local farms that have been selected within Renfrew County that are part of a larger national study. And with that, they're going to be evaluating soil, forage quality, biodiversity, and pollinators. And it's a Trent University graduate student that's performing this research. So it's a multi-year study, and very interesting that Renfrew County, there's a lot of focus in Western Canada, so we're very excited that we can be a part of that as well to see the impact. Next, Renfrew County 4-H receives $5,000, and that's to help fund, it's a coordinator that for Renfrew County, but she's sort of the bridge between 4-H Ontario and local clubs, making sure all the important information is being sent down and vice versa. So that's a greatly appreciated contribution as well. And then Renfrew County National Farmers Union, they had a Farm Safety Day in May. There were 45 high school students that attended this day from 3 different high schools. And speakers included local fire chiefs, WSPS, and as well as local farmers. So trying to, again, bridge that gap and get more people involved and interested in agriculture that aren't always involved. And then there was also $300 for Woodlot Association for an event they were hosting. So now just to touch briefly on some of the challenges, you'll notice a lot of these were there last year. There's one in particular that's a new one that we wouldn't have predicted a year ago. And some of them we changed the size because the challenges tend to often be there, but some are more important one year over another. One of the big ones is inconsistent regulation across the food chain. So there's often gaps in safety, accountability, efficiency, and it creates challenges for farmers, and there's regulations obviously in all different domains, but when there's irregularities between, say, the local health unit versus the provincial OMAFA regulations versus CFIA, and trying to work through all of those. So that's one. Another is it always comes back is the lack of food processing capacity. So that's not just what we would say as abattoirs. There's a number of different, so egg grading and just general food transformation. So that those are a couple of the key ones. And then ones that have come back again: inflation, cost of production, farmers needing to work off farm full time to be enabled to enable their farming venture. So those are a few of the key ones. And then tariffs. So this is the big new one. Recent tariffs imposed by the US and China have significantly impacted Canadian agriculture, disrupting export markets and altering production strategies. Tariffs have increased costs for Canadian producers, squeezed profit margins, and introduced volatility into the market, making it challenging for companies to plan and invest. While federal and provincial government support measures are in place, the long-term impact is going to depend a lot on the resolution of trade disputes and the sector's ability to adapt to changing market conditions. There we go. So this is a slide that's demonstrating the map of Ontario, what it looks like currently versus in what's expected if there's no changes with regards to climate change in 2080. So in 2024, there were record yields for many crops in Renfrew County. We were well above the provincial average with a number of crops, 135%, above the normal farm average for Renfrew County, which is unheard of, obviously. There's also the ability to help with selecting longer season genetics, which means more potential, which means greater yields, new crop possibilities, so winter canola, edible beans, higher value horticultural crops. So lots of opportunity, but with that comes also a lot of risk. So new pests, extreme weather, extended droughts, flash flooding, and predictable weather events. So there's a lot of opportunity, but if you go with the models and what the experts are predicting, there'll be a lot more variability as well. So it's just something for consideration into the future for farmers as they select their crops and their production types. There we go. Stakeholder engagement. So this we just felt is a good view of all the beautiful products that are available throughout Renfrew County and the different markets and places that you're able to purchase them, and also a reminder for everyone that the season has just begun and there will be lots of opportunity of beautiful events throughout the summer and fall months. So to take part in any of those that might be in your community. We also believe that building relationships with stakeholders is critical to better understand the needs and the challenges, real life situations. So what actually works and what's reasonable, and having that dialogue between stakeholders and policymakers can be beneficial for everyone. The best way, an example, there was a situation in another area of Eastern Ontario where there was roads that were built and considerations weren't taken for the width, and then equipment wasn't able to pass through that to get to the farmers' other fields on the other side of that roadway. So things like that, having spoken with producers, knowing that the equipment is so large, if just those 3 inches, if it was 3 inches wider, then there wouldn't have been this challenge. So things like that, and we feel that we're a really great committee for that. If we don't know, there's a broad experience on the committee, but if you reach out to us, if we're not sure, not informed, we have lots of contacts and would be happy to pass on the information to the appropriate association or producers involved. And so for some opportunities, lots of opportunities in Renfrew County in agriculture, we feel. the one important thing is to think of all farms, big and small, as just as important as any small business. So they retail, they offer jobs, they have a great impact on the community. And also to demonstrate curiosity about farming and where food comes from, ask questions, come out to events. We're very open. We're always very excited to have new people come and be a part of any agricultural event that's happening or meeting, and to dialogue. We love talking farming and agriculture, so you're always welcome. And then for just to reduce barriers for interprovincial trade, so this is a big one that's really come to the forefront in the last few months. I believe this is an opportune time for us to be working. There's a clear willingness at provincial and federal level, more than I think in decades, to try and alleviate some of those barriers. So support from the municipal government just to, in any way possible, to support that at the provincial and federal level would benefit producers in Renfrew County for sure. Having trouble with, oops, no, I did too many. There we go. So farmers are investing money locally. There's new businesses and services always coming up. Improvements in agritourism and infrastructure, livestock management, traceability technology, precision agriculture. So there's a lot of investments that are happening in all, whether it be cash crop, grains and oilseeds, livestock. It's a pretty positive picture right now for agriculture, I would say, in Renfrew County. And I'll go a little more into here on the livestock side. This is from Craig McLaughlin, the Beef Farmers from Renfrew County representative, and he's Beef Farmers of Ontario president. Yeah, so it's really nice to have someone local giving our feet on the ground, and he's the representative for all of Ontario, or the president rather. Market prices are at a new historic high. Last week, so 2 weeks ago, the rail price for finished cattle was $5.05 a pound, which was a new record. And last week, the selling price was $5.20 per pound, which has smashed last week's record. The corresponding calf and feeder market, which Renfrew is known for, has responded with record high prices. This is newfound wealth for Renfrew's beef farmers, who respond by spending at businesses in the county. We are producing the same amount of beef as we did 30 years ago, with 30% less cattle, with the advancements of genetics and operational efficiency in nutrition, herd health, and management acumen. And regarding youth in the industry, there's a beef feeder finance program for the Ottawa Valley. It's a cooperative, and so Renfrew is part of that. And it's record number of loans being requested this spring, and 60% of them are from the 40 and under demographic, which is really positive, because that's often that is always a big challenge with farming, is the average age continues to creep up. So it's promising, because prices have held high in beef for about a year and a half now. And then for sheep and lambs, a similar story this year. 2025 was also a record-breaking year for prices. Eid al-Adha, which is now the biggest lamb market, a Muslim holiday that just happened June 5th to 9th, and prices were about $5.20 per pound for all weights, which is up about 30% from last year. So it's also a very positive story for sheep and lamb at the moment, but always just to consider that both of those markets are very cyclical. So it's great in years like this, and there's a lot of investment happening on farms and with local businesses, but it's cyclical, so it will at some point likely take a downturn, but for the time being, it's very positive for all producers. And so success comes from good planning. What's our current big goal? We see a need for common vision and improved collaboration between local government, agriculture, and business associations. We want to steward the creation of a long-term strategic plan for agriculture economic development in Renfrew County. This needs to then be integrated with other long-term strategic plans for the county, such as forestry, tourism, economic ECDEV, so the region can best create synergies for improving our community, economic, social, and environmental. And I just want to take this time to thank you very much again for allowing us to speak today. And we also want to send out the invite now so you can block off your calendars Friday, September 12th. There's a planned agricultural bus tour. So we want to showcase some of the amazing things that are happening across the county. And so that date, more information will come, but for now, you have a date.
I forgot about the little note about the calf.
Oh, yes, thank you. And just to note, the calf in the bottom corner is a Wagyu calf. So Bromley Acres, they are producing, it's a specific breed. It's known for exceptional marbling, and so they get very high value for their animals. So it's just another neat and unique thing that's happening and capturing more value for farmers in Renfrew County.
Over $100 a pound for a T-bone steak from that farm in Weston.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are there any questions?
So is there a chance of getting those very quickly today for the barbecue?
I don't know if they'll thaw in time. But.
So questions, please. Member from Boneshire Valley.
Is it worth it? Have you had it? Thank you, Warden.
I don't think I will ever know. I'm a farmer. we get the leftovers, but I do think the ground beef is being sold at the River Barn. So you can at least enjoy a hamburger possibly from it.
Thank you. Excellent presentation.
And the member from Whitewater, please.
Yes, excellent presentation. And just to note, the Bromley farm is actually in Laurentian Valley.
Sorry, that's my fault.
I drive by it every day. Wish it was just a couple 100 meters over. Very close, but yes, Keith is enjoying that. I do have a couple questions, Warden. Awesome presentation. I love the fact about the strategic planning and being able to incorporate some kind of agricultural plan into all of the other things that the county does. I think that's a great step in the right direction, and I really want and encourage you to do that. A couple points. The first one has to do with adding value. You mentioned we're over 140 million or 130 million dollars worth of basically agricultural GDP that leaves the county. I really want to focus on how do we add value to that and increase that. And examples that we're starting to see just in Whitewater region, we've got Valley Bio, we've got the old Millers, which is now McEwen's, and we have Northwest Performance, which is now roasting soybean, which is something that we hadn't been doing before, adding value to product that's produced here, selling it back to our own farmers to then produce more product. But a lot of the supports for this kind of economic development, especially from an agricultural perspective, is federal. And the federal grants, I've gone through them, looking at what's accessible for Northwest and their expansion. It's very complex. How do we support farmers and the agriculture community here in the county of Renfrew accessing this federal investment?
Well, you're not going to like this answer, but David and Scott need more help. So great people helping, and people like Melissa that can help see, the vision. Farmers are really good at farming. I have a lot of farmers just even accessing grants because I've got a degree and I'm an agronomist and all this other stuff. They don't even know how to log into these programs. So, and they don't have consistent internet. And, they're too busy running their farms to run their farms. So I would say having on-the-ground resources to help with that, because a generation ago there were county extension offices from the province. That doesn't exist now. You can't repeat that. But the thing is when you have people like Northwest Performance, for example, we help them find those grants or help them with the readiness. I know Reikis, we'd love to see them expand more, but Jeff and Sarah are just too busy trying to keep staff paid right now to explore grants. So that would be a really good value. There's also industry collaboration. So this is why this committee is so great. So there's Grain Farmers of Ontario has it's a market fund for innovations. So this is one, again, Jody and Amy, getting them ready. That's the hard part, but having someone like Cameron Montgomery, who is, really good and available, and I think some of your townships have invested in her to help with that. People like that can help take that from, the foundation level where a small business owner is banging their head against the wall to succeed.
Warrant, Warden, if you'll, okay, thank you. So I turn it back to staff. What do we need in order to get that recommendation back to council for that type of investment?
Mr. Davis, but while he's gathering his thoughts, I would suggest I think we have to be able to, and I'm not arguing the point. I think we have to be able to demonstrate the need and the benefit. So I recognize the benefit is increased capacity to allow the industry to grow because they can access federal funds, which is a complex, as you noted, a complex issue. So that's, when it comes to budget time, we'd have to be able to quantify what the net benefit is to the sector and the county of Renfrew. So, and while Mr. Davis probably has gathered his thoughts, I'll let him go ahead with it.
I would just say sometimes too, it's just having someone to help remove the pinch points. It doesn't necessarily have to be a hand holder, but and a lot of you at Roma and the other great work you do, that's where that leverage is applied.
Thanks, Warden, and through you, and thank you for the timelines. I think the best solution for the request would be come through this Ag Committee, then through DNP, then through County Council. When we do our budget deliberations, then that will give us time to kind of get that background information that we need, and at the same time, talking about the delegations at Roma and AMO to talk about the increased funding for different opportunities for the ag sector. So I think it's part and parcel of the whole process. And I'd look at our CAO, but I think that's the easiest solution.
Yeah, we're both in agreement. Thank you.
Thanks, Warden. If I could.
Yes.
I won't yield the floor yet.
You will when I'm ready.
Yes, I know. I'm very delicately proceeding. Just one other comment I wanted to make is that I also noticed Senator Black has now initiated an advocacy effort at the national level for a national strategy on soil health. Again, very important, especially to Renfrew County and our ability to produce, like you said, increasing 135% last year. How can we leverage more of what senators like Senator Black are doing here at the County of Renfrew? How can we incorporate that into some of our advocacy efforts at our level?
So just give me 1 second when you can gather your thoughts. So we did receive his letter. And Gwen is going, or the clerk is going to filter it into the committees in August. It's going back to staff first for a bit of a recommendation, to be sure, because I think there were 37 points or 38 points in the Senate report. I wanted to make sure that all of them applied to us or some of them, and that we were precise in our motion. And so we'll get something in August, which will be tailored to what is best for our community. Now, Ms. Dolman?
So the Agricultural Economic Committee would be more than glad as well to give some recommendations based on that, because this is what we live and breathe. So one of the neat things is Renfrew County has a diversity of ecosystems, and we have a lot of very fragile soils, and those fragile soils need to be managed. Other areas have, terrible to say, but a conservation authority to help with that. We don't have the tax base. I'm not asking for one, but I'm just saying there's resources that we miss out on because of that. So we need maybe a made in Renfrew County solution that is simple, but it ties in water quality, it ties in biodiversity, soil health. And a lot of farms, like our soil is our bread and butter. So it's always a priority. So we'd love to have you come and see all we're doing already to do that.
Okay, thank you. And is there anyone else? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you for the presentation. I always look forward to this one every year, being in the trade myself. Just a couple of comments first. So largely the extension offices that was part of the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture and Food, largely the mission of that was production, and it was incredibly successful at that. Over the latter half century of the 20th century, production dramatically ramped up. You saw in one of the slides that in Renfrew County alone, we are producing with 30% reduced beef herd, the same amount of beef. There's quite a number of reasons. I have seen that on my own operation. Often we are seeing that our cow herd in the country is the size that it was in the 1950s, but that is distorting because the amount of beef that's produced per cow now is dramatically outpaced what was available. So I guess two questions. One is, do we need a return to something like the extension offices that are more geared towards marketing? Typically, marketing and some of the ancillary components to being in the agricultural business is not the production. We have become incredibly efficient at producing. The amount of technology that is now applied in agriculture is simply astonishing. At the farm tour, I'm sure county councillors will have the opportunity to review that. But that would be the first question. The second question kind of is on the last one. So when Ms. Dolman mentioned CAs, conservation authorities, you might be considered a snake oil salesman in the county of Renfrew if you were to propose that we have a conservation authority in the county of Renfrew. Is the, using perhaps a agricultural terminology, is the ground more fertile amongst the ag community? Because the ag community of 20 years ago was CA was anathema to what we perceived to be in our interests. Is that changing out in the landscape?
I can answer the second, but maybe you'll go the first one. Does that work? Or sure. Okay, so the quick answer is it's simply about resources. So when there is funding available, a lot of the time, say right now there's like the SARPAL, which is about species at risk or agricultural lands. A lot of the time, a conservation authority actually has a person and matching county funding. So, you know, that SARPAL might cover 30%. So the conservation authority would cover 30%. They'd actually have like a workshop where the person would go and learn how to fill out the application. Somebody just making sure things are done properly, part of the benchmarking. Those grants come and go, and I have a feeling the tap's going to turn off soon. So the thing is trying to make up for that. We don't have the base for that. But the thing is like you see what the Muskrat Watershed does is simply a volunteer base. If those kinds of things could be leveraged with capacity that can't keep staff and things like that, there's possibility. But I don't pretend to be an expert on that. It's simply a case of there's a lot of opportunity to tap things we can't tap, because right now you can't tap into them because we don't have that CA, but we don't have the tax base. So we'll have to get creative.
And to answer the first part of the question with regards to needs for sort of specialists or support agents to help with marketing for producers, I think that would be extremely beneficial. I must say it's perhaps anyway, having spoken about farmers needing to work full-time off farm, well, that's me. I work in my other hat, my day job is on the Quebec side, an agricultural economic development person that works exactly like that, working with producers directly and sort of helping them get through the red tape, understanding the regulations, what has to be done, help with project planning, grant application, because the same thing there as well. Producers struggle with both regulation side and being able to take a step away from the farm, take a look back and assess and develop a project from start to finish. So I see it very beneficial, but I may be the wrong person to be answering that, because I see it day to day and I see the benefit. I also did work for OMAFRA 15 years ago, and up north, where they still do have a similar type person that helps producers more sort of one-on-one when they have projects and they want to help develop, that Southern Ontario OMAFRA has taken out decades ago, but the appreciation and the benefit to producers in helping develop their projects was very visible with that support, just that sort of expert advice that someone has an outside lens looking in and can sort of help them tweak their projects. So.
kind of shows the fact that the rural, like the northern remote areas still have this, while Southern Ontario has a critical mass that allows for different capacity. It almost feels like we've fallen through the cracks, right? Because we are rural and remote, but just by we do get the veterinary allowance. We fall into Northern Ontario for that, but that's about it.
Okay, just prior to the next question. So when you talk about this person or persons, and you talk about market development, but here, we've just heard, record yield last year, and our member from Amherst Bromley talks about having, the same size herd per number as 1950, but we know they yield more. So the cynical person would say, why do we need to do this? Because things are really successful. And that's just an answer I already think I know the answer, but I'd like you to share it.
So I'd just like to address that as with regards to being price takers. Farmers are price takers unless you add value and you can then set your price. And that's where, so we just painted a really beautiful rosy picture for farmers. This is 2025. Prices haven't increased since the BSE crisis of 2007, I believe, yeah, basically. Or 2003, the year I started university. So it's wonderful now, but those prices, have not increased in 20 plus years. And so yes, production-wise, we've had to improve production substantially because that was the only way to stay afloat. The adding value, capturing on that value, because right now we're just exporting raw product out to others who are then capturing the greatest value, which is in transformation processing. So that would be my
Okay, so it's not as simple as just selling more.
Well, and the other thing is it speaks to diversity, and that's part of food security and food sovereignty. So you saw the stats, so it was an average of 300 acres. But really, we've got half-acre farms that are very, very productive. And I farm 1,500 acres, and I still have off-farm income. And so the key is that for my business, you'll be coming to see it. If you come on the tour, you'll be able to see the great grain drying system we got thanks to Agricultural Adaptation Council grant. And again, it's that base that I was able to navigate was essentially a PhD thesis to get it, but yes, we got it in Renfrew County. But you're also looking at people like Shanna, who are chicken farmers in the Heritage Program, sheep farmers, works full-time, partner works full-time, but needs a commercial kitchen to be able to value add her chicken because only so many of us can pick it up the day she gets back from Mountain Ontario to slaughter them, right? So being able to act, that's our limit right now. I need a commercial kitchen to put cinnamon and honey because it's considered to be the same risk as a sausage. So, so for me, I don't make enough honey to justify the cost of upgrading my kitchen, right? And then planning around my kids and my off-farm job and my other jobs just to justify renting a kitchen space for something that has a good shelf life but small batch sales. So those are the things that are those pinch points.
Okay. Thank you. And I saw North Agona Wilberforce.
Yes, thank you, Warden, and through you, fantastic presentation. Always enjoy seeing and hearing it as well. My question is more around tariffs, and I know the big impact that China's tariffs are having on, is it canola crops?
And peas.
And is that having a significant effect on Renfrew County, and are there strategies in place to try and mitigate some of those challenges?
So yes, and. So there are other tariffs too that people forget about because they're not as busy on the news. But when Ukraine was invaded by Russia, we were the only G7 country to put a fertilizer tariff on fertilizer from Russia, which is one of the biggest leaders of fertilizer production. So now Russian fertilizer goes to the States, they buy it, they put the margin on that would be the same as what the tariff is, and then we get the leftovers. So we're already seeing quality issues, we're seeing abilities to access. The UN has said the G7 tariff, we should not be weaponizing food, but that's good collateral damage because it looks good to voters. For China this time around, it's canola canola meal and canola oil that's not being taken. When the Huawei executive was put under house arrest, then it was canola they wouldn't take. So we built a bunch of a bunch of crushing plants across Canada. Well, now they're trying to starve out the crushing plants because of that Senator Kennedy, who doesn't like seed oil, is now trying to make it that the canola oil can't be under the biofuels initiatives. So they're going to be shutting down facilities. So it's all beyond Renfrew County, but these are the many things. The biggest thing in the immediate future for tariffs is uncertainty. Uncertainty of tariffs is almost worse than a tariff that the company can just build in for. And anything that requires steel, we're all going to be in trouble.
Thank you. And next, did I see? I'm sorry, I didn't see anybody. Okay. Well, great. Thank you very much. As always, very informative. And I like the fact that you're able to answer questions. So thank you very much. Please enjoy your day. And now, Mr. Perkins, please.
Yes, thank you, Warden. And this morning I'd like to have our delegation from the Ministry of Transportation take podium, Mr. Darren Waters and Ryan Vandenbert, project delivery for the Ministry of Transportation. Please, thank you. Darren is the tall one.
Yes, and Darren's been here 1 or 2 times before.
Yes.
Or 10.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that. Thank you, Warden, for inviting us here for a delegation. And thank you, Council, for having us here this morning. Actually, I was keenly enjoying the presentation ahead of us there as I was driving up this morning through Whitewater Region. I was reminiscing about my days on the beef farm taking in hay. That was about 30 years ago, so I was really interested in that 30% number because I could relate to that on my uncle's beef farm. So, yes, thank you. So, Darren Waters, Area Manager, Highway Engineering and Project Delivery in Kingston, Ministry of Transportation. That's a lot, but basically, I am responsible for a geographic area of highways within Eastern Ontario. That stretches basically from the city of Kawartha Lakes all the way through to Lanark County at Carleton Place, up to Bancroft, Algonquin Park, and includes all of Renfrew County. So my function is to manage a group of project managers and project engineers that create contract packages to keep our highways and bridges in safe and serviceable condition. Ryan is with me this morning, and Ryan was here 2 years ago as well, and Ryan is my dedicated project manager on the Highway 17 twinning project from Arnprior to Renfrew. So we're going to tag team the presentation this morning. As always, I'm going to provide an overview of work going on in the county outside of Highway 17 expansion and stuff that we're planning over the next 5 years or so. And Ryan will bring you up to speed on where we're at with the expansion project. So as I mentioned, that's the first part of my presentation, and then I will provide a bit of an overview on 2 projects of interest, Highway 148, which is close to getting underway, and then Highway 60 at County Road 30 and 70, and Ryan's bid. So if we run through the map here, before I do that though, this year we're investing about $40 million in highway construction projects in Renfrew County. I also say and near to Renfrew County. A couple of the projects actually extend into the city of Ottawa, and so that number includes that total project value. Typically, those are replacement of culverts, pavement resurfacing, structural culvert repairs, and bridge repairs. Working through the work that we have underway this year and starting down, as I mentioned, at the City of Ottawa boundary, the first one in green there is resurfacing of Highway 417, which starts in the City of Ottawa and extends into the county up to almost, I guess, Division Street at McNabb Braeside there. So that work is planned to be completed this year. Includes some culvert replacements. It also includes at the Shield Drive overpass, we have some rock repair there that needs to be undertaken as part of that. The next project up, as we go down up the corridor of Highway 17, is the Foresters Falls Culvert Replacement Project. That's been underway for a year or so. We're in the second stage on that project, and that should be completed this year. In order to undertake that work, we had to realign the Foresters Falls Road intersection to the south, I'll say, and we installed some temporary traffic signals so that we could stage that work. So when we're all completed, the intersection will be moved back to its original position, and those traffic signals will be removed. Further up the corridor on Highway 17 and also on Highway 41, we have a few culvert replacements that was recently awarded. Over on Highway 60 and from the Wilno to the Nipissing District boundary, we have some culvert repairs and some resurfacing that's being completed this year. And then on Highway 41 from Griffith up to Eganville, we're completing some resurfacing there, and there is a structural culvert replacement just north of Opiongo Road intersection. And also, you may have noticed, just inside the City of Ottawa boundary, and I've colored it in orange there because it's associated with the Highway 17 expansion project, is that we are underway with the construction of a new highway maintenance patrol yard at the Ottawa Road 29 intersection, but just outside the county. And that is required, and Ryan will speak to it, but is required when we do complete the twinning project to be able to serve and maintain that facility. So these projects haven't been started yet, sometime within the next 5 years. So I don't have exact timelines on them, but some of them are closer than others, but some of them are just twinkles in the eye. But I'll just run through them. First off, down on Highway 17 at Arnprior, Campbell to Shield Drive will be resurfacing that section of Highway 417 sometime within the next 5 years. I'll just open my notes here so I can read it a little easier. As we move further up the corridor on Highway 17, from Storyland Road all the way through to Renfrew Road 40, we will be resurfacing and completing culvert replacements. Within that section, just at the County Road 653 intersection, there is a former rail spur line that goes underneath Highway 17 through a steel culvert, and that culvert has reached the end of its life, so we'll be looking at either replacing that or removing that. Greenwood Road westerly to Whitewater Road. So we did resurface that section a couple of years back. We did replace most of the structural culverts. There's 2 deep culverts in that section that will require replacement, and we're looking at some detours to be able to do that. Renfrew Road 24 to Renfrew Road 26 is up for resurfacing within the next 5 years. And of course, the Highway 148 project is planned. I'll speak to that in more detail. From Chalk River to Point Alexander, that's identified for resurfacing. From Rolfton to 7 kilometers west of Brent Road, we have a number of deep culverts in there that we have undertaken the design for, and that will be planned within the next 5 years. The bridge over Bissett Creek, we're planning for a rehabilitation of that bridge. And then down on Highway 60, again, I'll speak to it, but the Lake Dory Road, Kokomosh Road intersection is planned within the next 5 years. We have Renfrew to Douglas on Highway 60 planned for paving. On Highway 132, between the town of Renfrew and County Road 5, we have a structural culvert that we're looking at lining, but also repaving that section of the highway. And then at Griffith, the Madawaska River Bridge on Highway 41 has reached the end of its life, so we're planning to we're starting to plan to replace that bridge. And I do apologize, I noticed an error on this last night that the Highway 132 shield was actually shown on Highway 41 down there, so I apologize for that. So that's just an overview of the stuff that we're planning over the next 5 years. I'll just give a brief update on where we're at with some major projects in the county. Highway 148 improvements, as you may recall, the plan is to complete widening from Angus Campbell Drive to Drive-In Road, and that will include installing a new center left turn lane through that section. Urbanize that section because the property limits are fairly tight, so it's a single lane each direction with a center left turn lane. We are replacing storm sewers, sanitary sewers, some water main work. There will be traffic signals at the drive-in road intersection when we're done. And we've been working with the Township of the Laurentian Valley and yourselves and the City of Pembroke, actually, on including some work for each of those municipalities. So I thank the Township and I thank the County for recently signing those agreements to move forward with that work. And we also will be including sidewalk and infrastructure in the city and in the Township, subject to signing those final agreements. From Drive-In Road out to Greenwood Road, County Road 40. Again, it's a resurfacing section in there, maintaining the existing cross-section, providing paved shoulders, and some revisions to the Greenwood Road channel that comes from Quebec towards Pembroke, and a little slip lane at the Old Mill Road intersection. So where are we at? Property acquisition's been completed. You will have seen, if you've driven that section of road, there's significant utility relocations underway. That's been one of our big challenges, is keeping, there's more than one hydro company that uses that corridor. So having those out of the way for construction has been a necessity, and we're expecting that to be completed by this summer. The design is nearing completion. We're just working through some of the final details on the traffic signal drawings and the legal agreements that are required for traffic signal installations. And so we're hoping to be in a position to tender the project this fall so that the construction can begin next spring. It will be 3 years of construction, so all of 26, all of 27, all of 28, and it will have major impacts to traffic. There will be delays, especially we are constructing deeply buried utilities in there. We have sanitary sewers that require gravity feed, and getting them down to the correct depth and still keeping traffic moving is quite challenging. So it will be challenging, but the way we're proposing it is to construct in phases. So from one intersection to another intersection, you build that section, it gets widened out. Maybe that's one construction season, then the next construction season is from intersection to intersection, and then the last. So that being said, one of the things we did do was we looked at the drive-in road intersection, and because of the concerns with delays there, we have designed a standalone temporary traffic signal contract, and we had to do a feasibility study first just to make sure that wouldn't impact the construction of the main contract. And what we found was that yes, we had to go buy some additional land to make sure that the poles for those temporary traffic signals were outside of the limits for the major construction projects. So we acquired that land this spring. That design's completed, and it should be tendered within the next couple of weeks, with the eye that those signals will be operational by this fall. Moving on, just another significant project in the area. It's the Highway 60 and Kokomish Road intersection. So we are underway with the environmental assessment there. The main issue here is the intersection skew, which causes left-turning traffic to overlap, eastbound and westbound. And sometimes vehicles, they try to turn in behind each other as a result of someone waiting to turn left, etc. Of course, the other main issue is the delays on the approach roads and obviously the sight lines at the intersection, etc. One of the questions we keep getting asked, though, is, well, why can't we just put signals at the existing intersections? So I thought I'd just run through. There's a couple of things going on. The skew of the intersection really is the driving factor here. And the skew, what I mean by that is how far it is off of 90 degrees. As an engineer, we like to see everything at 90 degrees. That is where an intersection operates best. And you can see the diagram in the picture there is the existing intersection. What we've done is we've drawn two larger commercial vehicles turning left off of Highway 60 at the same time, and you can see the yellow path is the sweep of the trailer tires. And if they were to stay on the existing pavement and there was a vehicle stopped at the stop block at the intersection, then the trailer would actually run through the stop block. So that is the main challenge that we have at this intersection. Like I said, 90 degrees is our design standard. That's where we like to be, but we can live with a skew of 80 to 100, right? And so 80 to 100 is off by 10%. You can actually design some signals for that. They require a few extra measures to make them work. But beyond that, it's very difficult to make signals work. And we do allow skews of up to 70 to 110 degrees, but again, we would have to make changes to that intersection before we signalized. So this intersection, the skew is actually 130 degrees. So there is no opportunities to just install traffic signals at an intersection that's over 40 degrees beyond the standard. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then so what the follow-up question is, well, yes, the skew, well, you could improve the skew, right, to try and install signals at the existing intersection. So one of the options we looked at in our long list was, well, what would it take to actually install signals at the existing intersection? And you can see this was one of the options of realigning Highway 60, but it would have major impacts on the community and was screened out. One of the other questions we get, why not just an all-way stop control? And again, you don't get rid of the sightline issues, you don't get rid of the overlapping. You actually create more concerns on Highway 60 by causing delays and backups and in front of the entrances, and people do some funny things when you have people waiting for a stop traffic. So that's not recommended. So where are we at? We have landed on our technically preferred alternative. It does include realignment of Kokomish Road to the south of Highway 60 to the west, and it's just outside the built-up area of the community. There will be a connection to the existing road just halfway down as you head down towards Pequawknagun, and a cul-de-sac at the end so that there's still access to the businesses and residences along the existing highway. We did present this at our second Public Information Center, and we are in the process of documenting the final environmental report. It's called a Transportation Environmental Study Report, and we do expect that to be made available within the next few weeks for the public to review and comment on the final proposed plan. Once the Transportation Environmental Study Report has been, the 30-day public review period has been completed, then we would move towards getting environmental clearance for the project, and that would then give us the opportunity to start negotiations with private landowners to purchase the land required for the project. And then the next step would be to start detailed design and schedule it for construction when it's ready. So that was it, Warden, for the first update. I propose that Ryan come up, if that's okay, and we move on, or
yes, please.
Okay. So I'll pass it over to Ryan for the Highway 17 update. So Ryan.
That one there?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll give you this back. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name's Ryan Vandenberg, and as Darren mentioned, I'm the project manager for the Highway 17 twinning job. I'm here today to give you an overview of what the project consists of and some key project updates. I guess to begin and confirm, the plan is still to construct Highway 17 from Arnprior to Renfrew as the twinning project. To start, for anyone who may not be familiar with the Highway 17 twinning project, this is a 22.5 kilometer twinning project which begins at Shield Drive, where the existing twinning currently ends, and extends westerly for the 22.5 kilometers to approximately 3 kilometers west of Bruce Street. The project scope includes the widening of the existing lanes, so we'll be twinning it in parallel with the existing alignment. And this will separate the eastbound and westbound traffic by approximately a 30-meter wide median. In addition to the new lanes, additional interchanges will be constructed. Many of you are probably familiar with the interim interchange currently constructed at Calabogie Road. There'll also be 3 additional interchanges constructed at Gillen Road, O'Brien Road, and Bruce Street. I'll get into more of the details of the interim interchange at Calabogie in the next slide. In addition, one large new bridge will also be constructed for the Bonnechere River Bridge, which will be on the south side of the existing structure to carry the future eastbound traffic. So the interim interchange at Calabogie Road. So this was completed in 2023. This was done as an interim interchange as traffic signals were warranted here, but with the future plans for the twinning, we did want to construct an interim interchange. This included a new bridge, and it eliminated all left turn movements on Highway 17 and the crossing of Highway 17. This will be converted to a full interchange with the Highway 17 twinning project. As Darren alluded to earlier, or mentioned, the Arnprior Maintenance Patrol Yard. So to support the future Highway 17 twinning, a new maintenance patrol yard facility is required. And these maintenance patrol yard facilities, they house the snowplows, the sand and salt for winter operations. So the existing space was leased from the township of McNabb Braeside, which we appreciate. So a site selection process was completed, and it determined the preferred site to be the Ottawa Road 29 interchange. So construction is currently underway for this and is expected to be completed in 2026. So the status of the Highway 17 twinning project. So as I mentioned earlier, it's still the same plan to construct the Highway 17 twinning from Arnprior to Renfrew. We are currently working with indigenous communities for their involvement in the project. This will take time. We do have other engineering work currently underway right now, such as geotechnical investigations and environmental work. And that is all to build out our reference concept design for the overall project. Many of you have also likely seen that there's quite a few utility relocations occurring on the corridor right now. This is expected to continue this year and next year in preparation for the twinning. So the start of the construction or advancement of the project will be determined once these items I just went over are further advanced. So any questions for Darren or I on any of the projects?
Okay, thank you very much. And member from the Laurentian Valley, please.
Thank you for your presentation. My question evolves around the traffic signals at Drive-In Road. It's good to hear that there is some momentum happening. It's been a long process, probably 10, 12 years to get to this point. Can you elaborate a little bit more from the time the tenders go out, time-wise, as to from confirming and then installation, please?
So they are temporary traffic signals. So like you see at any bridge rehabilitation project we do where we have a single lane of traffic alternated back and forth. They're on wooden poles, they're on cables. And the reason for that is because that, they need to be, we can't put the permanent ones in place because we haven't widened the road yet to the ultimate configuration. So because they're temporary though, they're generally less expensive than permanent. And so we're putting them out through our minor capital tendering process, which typically, I think the tender advertising period is probably about 3 weeks. So 3 weeks to actually advertise the tender, then we get the bids in. Probably takes close to a month to award the project from the bids coming in. And then it would be up to the contractor to actually order the materials required, et cetera, and start up the project. So you're probably looking at, and I don't have the exact timeline because it's not exact, but you're probably looking at a couple of months from the time the tender closes to start a construction. And because it's fairly simple, it's temporary traffic signals, probably construction timelines, you're probably looking at a month to a month and a half, something like that. So that's why we say the fall is when we're looking at it, them to be operational. So,
thank you.
Member from North Algona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Darren. I certainly appreciate the background you've provided for the Highway 60 Kokomish Road intersection. Again, my concern is, as mayor and council, we receive, I think, the majority complaints from the residents, why are we not doing something? And yet neither of those corridors are municipal roads, so we still get the majority of the complaints and concerns. And again, my question is, I understand this could be 5 to 8 years before it's completed. Is there any interim measures? And I know we've talked about this in the past, and one of my thoughts, and certainly residents as well, why can there not be even flashing yellow lights and flashing red lights at that intersection? Similar to the temporary lights at Drive-In Road, is there a possibility that that could be explored just to try and improve the safety in the interim?
So thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate that. And I know we've discussed this in the past. So again, I will take another note of that, and we can go back and discuss it again. But we did look at it, I know, and we didn't. There are certain warrants that need to be met for these things, right? And I think one of the challenges with the flashing red light at the intersection was trying to figure out where to actually install it with the skew, et cetera, and the development around there. So, but I will commit to we will take another look at it and get back to you if that's okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions? Member from Deep River.
Thank you, Warden. On the future highway rehabilitation slide, you mentioned the Chalk River to Point Alexander paving, but you didn't put any timelines on it. There are sections of that part of the highway that, if you were to even overlay them with pavement, you would improve the condition to poorer. So it's a timeline, is what I was.
Yes, and we do understand, and I know that. So our geotechnical section is our asset management group, which manages pavements, and they do rate the condition of pavements. They're the ones that bring them to our attention that they need to be addressed, and that one certainly has been identified as a high priority. And I know that we're moving. I think this week we're going to get the consultant hired through retainer to actually undertake that design. So our plan is to get the design ready this year, hopefully, so that we're in a position to move forward next year is our hope, contingent on actually getting that work done, though. So,
thank you. And the member from Petawawa, and then Boncher Valley.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. And thanks, Darren and Ryan, for bringing us this update. It's always good to hear that you're still thinking of us up here in Upper Ottawa Valley. But it is, I guess, a little disappointing that it sounds like it's going to be 2 more years before any work is done between Arnprior and Renfrew on the twinning. But I guess there's a lot of things that have to be finalized before that can begin. What I'd like to say is that it's been 50 years to get us the 50 kilometers that we are at now. And there's another 100 kilometers to get us up to Petawawa, Deep River, and Chalk River. And we can't wait another 100 years. So what I'd like to say is there's been unanticipated growth up in our section of the valley, and unanticipated increase in traffic levels as well. There's over 6,000 people that work at Garrison Petawawa, and CNL is reaching almost 4,000 people now. And if you travel on those sections of the highway these days, you notice that the volume has increased significantly. There was an accident on June 4th that I know you're aware of that closed the highway for over 24 hours. And a detour was provided through the Garrison Petawawa property, but if there had been live fire training occurring at that particular day, they would not have provided a detour through the section of the Garrison. So that would have meant that for over 24 hours, traffic would have been rerouted through Algonquin Park, anybody traveling westward. 1/3 of Canada's land troops are stationed at Garrison Petawawa, and there's no rail service anymore. So if that mass of troops had to move quickly to get to Ottawa or anywhere else in the province, they would have to travel on Highway 17. And the condition it's in right now, with just 2 lanes for that distance, it would take an awful long time to get them where they needed to be. Recently, there was a 2% GDP military funding announcement by the Liberal government, and it's already had effects on Garrison Petawawa in terms of additional troops that they're planning to bring there, over 100 new civilian jobs, and the moving of division headquarters from Toronto, which is 150 to 180 people, with plans to increase by 200 troops every year for the foreseeable future. So with all of those people coming with their spouses, with their children, it's going to do nothing but add more traffic to that section of Highway 17. What I'm trying to say is, I think we need to start at Chalk River and start working eastward, and then meet somewhere in the middle. Because for this section of the valley up here, which is rapidly growing, increase in traffic, we can't wait 100 years for the 4 lanes to come there. There's also a strike at CNL right now, and it's causing traffic to back up onto Highway 17, which has caused further delays. But 4 laning up there would instantly solve a lot of those issues. So my question is there any thought from the MTO to start at Chalk River and work eastward with the 4 laning?
So thank you. And I do appreciate the context that you provided, and it's very helpful actually for us to understand the amount of development that is occurring within the county, and particularly within the town of Petawawa and Laurentian Valley as well, and Laurentian Hills, and that end of the county. It does sound like quite a bit of development is occurring. So that is useful information for us to start to have conversations like that. I will say that that is not our current position at this point in time. However, that's not to say that that's not something that we would consider. I know one of the challenges in the stretch of that section of Highway 17 is the density of the signalized intersections and the disruption to flow that they cause, right? So that's something that, again, we're aware of, and when we look at future intersection improvements, does it make sense to put signals in, or does it make sense to do something else? And I believe you folks have also identified an alternative plan that could be considered. So we're aware of those concepts, but I don't have any plans in place at this point in time. But I think it is excellent to have the conversation about that and make an informed choice about how we move forward after we get done at Arm Prior to Renfrew. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. Are you complete? Okay, thank you. Boncher Valley and then Laurentian Hills, please.
Thank you, Warden. I really don't want to follow that. But I do want to go back to the Highway 16, County Road 70. Could you just expand? Oh, thank you, Warden, and thanks, guys. This was very helpful, but could you just give us an idea of what studies would need to be done in order just to install a flashing yellow or red light at that intersection? Because I understand, you know, traffic studies and accident reports, etc. You know, we've had other challenges with traffic studies in other parts of the county, and I think sometimes you just need to observe what goes on there on a daily basis, as opposed to worrying about what an engineer might think or the OPP might say about a particular intersection. I've almost been taken out at that intersection, and it was not a sightline problem, it was a driver problem. So I'm just wondering if you could just expand a little on what you would need in order just to install a flashing yellow or red light. Thank you.
I do apologize. I may not have the complete answer for you, but normally what we look at is anything that is an improvement like that, an installation of any sort of, I guess, traffic assistance device does have numerical warrants associated with it, and that is involved with the delay and the collision history, et cetera, right? And so that is a process that we do have to follow, and I mean, I will say that, you know, the Ministry of Transportation does manage a lot of roads, and we do have a lot of needs, right? So everything that's identified as a need needs to be a need that needs to be, I guess, addressed, right? So We have many needs that we can't actually get to because our budget isn't there to actually cover it. So part of that process is to actually get that warrant process through to make sure that it is required. So the other challenge too, though, at that particular site was the amount of land that's available and what that flashing light would look like. Would it be an overhead flashing light that has a cable and right over top of the intersection? Would there be the land available to be able to install those cables? Those cables need poles. They need guy wires that need to go out a certain distance. And so, with the development around that intersection, we weren't sure we could actually make it work. So, I am committed though to go back and take another look, and I appreciate the comment very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Laurentian Valley, then Whitewater, then Amherst and Bromley. I'm sorry, Laurentian Hills, Whitewater, and then Amherst and Bromley.
Thank you. I'd like to strongly support the comments from my fellow councillors Doncaster and Service. Not only the lights in Chalk River, I mean, the number of traffic that goes through there, but we also have a number of pedestrians. And we've been told that it does not warrant any pedestrian, any additional pedestrian management. So I'd like that possibly looked at whenever we redo that intersection. And I know the highway is in very bad shape between, especially Chalk River and Deep River. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's noted.
Yep. Thank you, Darren. And member from Whitewater, and then Amherst and Bromley.
Thank you, Darren, for coming, and Ryan. And I apologize to keep adding to your list there that you're generating on your podium there. But it is important, and I think Gary mentioned it. We need to plan for the future. If this has got a huge timeline before it can actually see some decision to proceed, we need to start advocating now and advocating in the right way. So I'll add to your list and acknowledging that it does not compare with some of the other problems, but it's still out there. Cobden is on Highway 17, flows right through it. We're seeing significant growth in Cobden. That growth is hampered by access to the highway. And it will continue to be, and it'll continue to be until we resolve how, just like in Laurentian Hills or Deep River, this highway flows through these built-up areas that are expanding with subdivisions. So if we don't have a plan for the next 100 years, we still will need to think of a plan of how to address it in the interim, because we cannot stop growth. Mm-hmm. Renfrew County can't afford to say no to subdivision growth. The people that are moving to the bases and working at CNL, they're going to live in communities like Cobden. So we need MTO to work with us and to find a solution and acknowledge the long-term requirement.
I've noted that as well, so thank you.
If I could just add to Councillor Service's comments. When I first came here in 2006, the census told us that there were 12,000 people living in Petawawa, and now there's probably over 20,000, but 19 for sure, 19 and change. And so that kind of growth comes with a cost, and the cost is we're increasing congestion. So, you know, I'm not sure if those numbers mean anything in terms of, and I don't mean that disparagingly, in terms of trigger points, but it's certainly something to consider. And you don't need to comment. I know you're taking that down. Thank you. And the member from Amherst and Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you once again for the annual update. I very much look forward to this. If I may, Mr. Warden, two questions or comments. One is with respect to the repaving of Douglas to Renfrew. I think that's on the 5-year plan, perhaps. My numbers may be slightly askew here, but I believe that Highway 60 between Douglas and Renfrew might have been paved only about 8 or 9 years ago. And yet Highway 60 from Douglas to Eganville, I think, was a major job. It was the realignment of Kelly's Corner intersection. I think that was 2005. So I'm just kind of curious, are you seeing premature degradation on that segment between Douglas and Renfrew, or is this part of the routine additional lift? I wonder if you could comment.
So those were two very different construction contracts. So the construction contract from Douglas to Eganville was a complete reconstruction of the roadway. I think it was probably what we called a pulverizing, and we probably paved 2 lifts out there. And yeah, you're correct. It was I think around that vintage. The section from Douglas to Renfrew, you're actually looking at the guy who designed it. So I can't remember what year it was in now, but it was around that vintage. And what it was actually, it was a single lift overlay over top of the existing pavement. So we didn't do crack repairs and all that stuff. So for a single lift overlay to last the period of time that it did is about what we expect for like a 2-inch lift of hot mix over top of existing pavement. So it depends what funding we have available at the time and what the condition of the roadway is when you make those decisions, et cetera, right? So you're correct in your observation, and that's the reason why.
Okay, thank you. And certainly we share those same things when we prepare our budget in January. To my immediate right is the chair of the Operations Committee, and to my far right is the Director of Operations, and budgetary concerns are, of course, always interfering with what things should be. Which kind of leads into my second question. So this is slide 22. I'm kind of picking up on Councillor Service's comment from a different perspective, though. This is page 22 of the slide. You're identifying various works to be prepared in advance. I'm wondering the preliminary work, all of these sorts of studies, advanced work, relocations, I don't even know what the status is perhaps of the pipeline. What's the timeline on completion of these, let's call them pre-construction of the twinning? For this to be completed.
Do you have a timeline on that, Ryan? Or I guess
for the next couple of years.
Yeah, some of them. There's a list here. Some of them are further along than others. So the geotechnical and foundations investigations, we've had a pretty robust program out there. I think we have a few additional boreholes that we need to gather based on. We're looking at some modifications to perhaps including some retaining walls to avoid some additional property, et cetera. I would say, that item is probably over the next year or so, we're probably at a point where we're complete with that. Finalizing the reference concept design. So again, this project has been identified as a design build finance project. So the plan is to put it out to a consortium and have them bid on the design and the construction. So what we've done is we've taken the engineering reference concept from preliminary design and taken away some of the risk out of it so that it can be adequately bid. And those are contingent on completing some of those foundations investigations. So we're probably another year or so away from that. The tougher one, I think, is the environmental permitting one, and trying to make sure that we have the environmental permitting advanced prior to the procurement of the design builder. We've initiated that with Ministry of MECP now, right? So we're in the process of that, but the timeline associated with that is kind of part of MECP's timeline. I don't really know exactly what it is at this point in time, right? So it will take some time. Property acquisitions, I think we're about 90%, 95%, like we're pretty close on property. And utility relocations, yes, we've started. And I think we have some major ones at Bruce Street to get underway with.
Yep.
Yeah. But over the next couple of years, those should be out of the way. So I hope that helps.
Supplementary?
Yeah, it's follow up directly to that. And thank you very much for that. And I recognize, I think perhaps, Mr. Waters, I cannot recall if it was you or if it was your predecessor in this room had identified at one of the updates on 17 that ultimately there were decisions that had to be made at the highest levels. It seems that that's still so. So I recognize that this is outside of your purview, but there is a particular bully pulpit that we have here, in particular now that we are recording these, that I think it is critically important to impress upon the provincial government, as Councillor Service had said. I commenced Carleton University in 1983. The next day after I traveled to Ottawa was when the initial expansion from Ottawa out to March Road was opening. That's 42 years ago. And from there we've advanced about 42 kilometers. So there is tortoise pace and there's glacial pace. And if we had set a tortoise loose at March Road, from what I have Googled on the pace of a tortoise, that they move at about 1 kilometer an hour. Okay. So in somewhat less than 2 days, a tortoise would travel the length of the twinning of 417. So it is critically important upon us to once again let the provincial government know that this is a failure. This is a policy failure. There has been a lot of kilometers of highway have been paved in Ontario that are an expansion to our system from the time this ended at March Road until today. They have prioritized other projects, and I'm keenly aware of that. And I'm keenly aware of the politics that are associated with this. That is why I preface these that this is not for you. I'm speaking directly to that unblinking eye directly across from me. It is time for this province and for us to work with our new MPP, Billy Deneau. This must be a priority. Because when I read even that opening line of the 17 presentation that we are committed, that we are going to continue this, I was both filled with joy and anxiety that there was a need to confirm that this is still going forward. But it seems like there is a need to confirm that it is still going forward. If it moved any slower, it would be going backwards. So again, I am using this as a bully pulpit. Mr. Waters, this is not a critique of the MTO and how they operate, and your department, the Eastern Ontario region in particular, or Mr. Vandenberg's work. I recognize that all of this stuff needs to be done. But I think that what must be summoned here primarily is political will, and that is unfortunately outside of your scope. But it is entirely within ours. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, just so I understand, there's still some, because I get questioned about this on a daily basis, sometimes several times in a day. So there is still some boring and drilling along the perimeters, in my words, just to, in case there is a need for barriers to hold back ground. What kind of schedule is there in terms of breaking the project into manageable bites? I think one of the last things we'd heard when we spoke to the minister was that there was going to be an effort to break it down into 3 or 4 or 5 projects, with 4 being of construction and 1 being the bridge itself. So is that something that's still happening, and can the bridge start?
That is something that we're still considering, and we have to have conversations not only amongst ourselves but also with Infrastructure Ontario to finally land that decision. But we've started those conversations, and hope to be in a position later this year. Hopefully, we'll have a final decision on whether we're moving forward that way or not.
Okay, and again, I'm not sure. There's been so many meetings over the last 12 years on this. There was one, I think at one point, the thought might have been a series of design-build contracts for the sections. Is that still an option, or is it going to be designed internally and then tendered out?
Yeah, we have a whole slew of different methods to deliver contracts, and the Calabogie Road Interchange project was a design-build project, and it actually, in my view, was a fairly successful design-build project. The way it's set up now is a design-build finance project, so one large design-build. That's not necessarily how we may propose to actually do it. It may be that we take the detailed design component and just get it done so that we can have a project that's shovel-ready as soon as possible. And we may break it into those smaller chunks to be able to do that. We may do one as a design build, one as a design bid build, et cetera. So I don't have final decision on that. That's all on the table for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Has there been an application made to the federal government for the crossing of the pipeline? Because that's always going to take some time. I understand there has to be an application made to cross over the pipeline.
Yeah, the Trans-Canada Gas Pipeline just by Goshen Road. There.
Goshen Road,
Yeah,
yes.
Goshen Road. So you've been working with Trans-Canada on that, right? So we know that we can actually build the road over top of the pipeline. Is that correct? Yeah. So it's deep enough that we can actually, And so we're just working with them now. They have some test stations that are in the proposed median for the highway that need to be relocated in advance of construction, and that's the item that we're working on with them at the moment. And yeah, I think we should be good once it's cleared.
Okay, good. Those are the checkpoints that the Trans-Canada Highway was always one for me. And then just finally, is there the opportunity to go ahead with some of the interchanges similar to what you did at Calbogie Road? I'm thinking Bruce Street is a significant one, especially in July and August. And then, will this be one large project, or will we be, start in 2028 and end in 2040?
I don't have an answer to exact timeline, but yes, we are considering it's either one large project or a couple of smaller ones, right? So, and does it make sense to build the interchange at Bruce Street first? We haven't landed that yet, but that could be a contract, right? Sorry, I don't have an exact answer, but it's something we are considering.
Okay. And last, how do we engage the ministry on being a 2+1 candidate for the upper section of Highway 17 between Chalk River and Pembroke as an interim measure? We were kind of in the conversation when they were putting the pilot together over on, I think it's Highway 11.
Yes, Highway 11 north of North
Yeah.
Bay. Yeah.
And so we were kind of in the queue. I was in and out of some of those meetings, and in fact got booted out the day they were making a decision. And so, we'd like to be invited back in. So is there a process for us to speed up consideration? Because I think, we made a presentation to the parliamentary assistant. We've heard back a little bit saying thank you for the meeting. And I recognize that sometimes you get called upon to write the briefing notes or the notes for the response. Is there a means that we can push this forward a little quicker?
From my perspective, Warden, I think the process you're taking is the process. I know that the section that is under design on Highway 11, it is a trial for the ministry. It's a new technology or a new highway design for us. So I know there's a desire to actually see it built and see how it operates before we roll it out elsewhere, but I would encourage you to continue through the avenues that you are.
Okay, thank you. And just as a word of warning, we are pressing for Queen's Park Day in November, and I'm sure you'll be invited because your minister will probably be one of the people we request an audience with. So keep some time open in November.
Okay.
Oh, yay. Yeah, a trip in from Kingston to Toronto and then hike up to Queen's Park. Just looking forward to that one in November when it's slushy.
Sounds good.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your information. We really appreciate it and your patience in answering our questions. We recognize, as my friend from Asden Bromley has said, that there are some political decisions that are way above your pay grade, and you have a substantial pay grade, but there's some above you. But we certainly appreciate, you've always been honest with us, and we have the sense that you do advocate whenever possible. So again, thank you for that. You've been through here a number of times over the years, and it's always been informative, and we've left with a sense that you understand our area and contribute to the betterment of it. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Warden. Thank you, Council.
Yeah. Yep. All right, so we'll take 5 minutes. and just get resettled for MPP to know. I take a great pleasure in introducing our next guest. MPP Billy Deneau is one of us. He started as a municipal councillor, and I think all of us in the room remember him at a variety of conferences, quietly standing on the perimeter or sitting on the perimeter, excuse me, when we were at a strictly water shop and listening to what we were talking about and asking very pertinent questions. So it was no surprise, I think, to me and to a number of us when he put his name up to represent our community as the MPP. He's a good listener, very quick to connect dots, and willing to follow through with items. As he put it to me on Monday, I've spent some time learning how to make my approaches on a variety of topics, and I think that was a great response. So I look forward to more of that from him in the next few months, whenever we meet, and especially today. So MPP Billy Deneau, could you please join us at the podium? And I forgot the most important part, he was mentored by Dan.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Warden Emo, CAO Craig Kelly, and Gwen for inviting me here today to bring greetings on behalf of the province. I certainly bring greetings on behalf of the Premier as well as Minister Flack to be here with you today. So, it's a number of firsts for me being here in this room. Actually, it's the first that I get to, present myself on your behalf as your member of provincial parliament. It's the first I've actually been in this building. But it's not the first that I've been mentioned in the chambers, and I do want to go back to that on January 25th, 2023 council meeting. But before that, just to kind of connect the dots. So some of you, as Warden Emo has said, remember me at the Rural Ontario Municipal Association Conference in 2023, and I was so pleased that County Councillor Lynch at that time, who was in a lot of ways a mentor on our Prairie Municipal Council, took the time to reach out to each and every one of you to say, take care of this Renfrew County small town boy from Arm Prior while he's in the big city in Roma. And I do want to say thank you, Dan, and as well as thank you, all of you, for taking care of me then. I got the opportunity to assist with Mayor Murphy and her Roma board campaign. Warden Emo invited me to a delegation with the town of Renfrew, where I got to meet my colleague Steve Clark as well. And that conference really made me a more well-versed councillor, knowing about the issues that are going on in each and every part of our riding and how similar they are. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for doing that. It's been a real privilege, and having you all part of that journey that I've gotten to here today is not lost on me, so thank you. It also was mentioned at that campaign, or that council meeting, Warden Emo, that you had socks older than me. And I'm not going to make a comment about your sock drawer, but I would just say if you still have them, I think it's time to swap them out. But getting back to the task at hand, the question at hand, what we've done in the last 3 months. So firstly, as some of you may know, there is quite a transition that goes on when one member of provincial parliament takes over another, and staffing changes the things that you wouldn't even think about, like a letterhead and everything like that. Luckily, we've been able to get our office up and running, operational, and starting to intake and assist with residents on the issues that are pertinent to them in their provincial government. And I do want to say, and publicly, it is still at the same location as John Yakubuski's spot, 84 Isabella. So we're happy to help you in any way that we can. And of course, we've reached out to many of you, and in the absence of Reeves, mayors of your communities, to make a relationship between you and your council, We've reached out to many organizations, whether it be your provincial agencies locally, ministries locally, hospitals, and other organizations to ensure that our office was building relationships necessary to direct and assist where issues arise. So going to Queen's Park, of course, I'm grateful to have been appointed by the Premier as the Parliamentary Assistant to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming. It's a very exciting portfolio and one that I know is so applicable to the riding in terms of economic development locally. I was appointed to 2 committees, Procedure and House Affairs. I was actually in Hagersville yesterday for a committee meeting with the Mississaugas of the Credit and government agencies. So we've had a very extensive legislative agenda in coming back to Queen's Park from the experience of hearing over the campaign, a couple of night sittings, which has been quite an adjustment in terms of being there at Queen's Park, outlined a budget that highlighted protecting Ontario, and in this time of great uncertainty with funds going to economic supports like workers, businesses, and communities. We're focused on healthcare with the new primary care action plan that is headed by Dr. Jane Philpott. And there's so much more that I could talk about in terms of economic development funding in the riding, seniors funding, but at its core, I have to say that this experience has been quite a real learning curve. And it's really been a great honor and privilege to be able to start to build those relationships and advocate for the riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, which the county obviously is encompassed by. So now we have risen for the House. We're back in the riding and for the remainder of the summer. And it's incumbent upon me to continue to meet each and every one of you and host you in our office to discuss any issues or opportunities that you wish to highlight to me. One mayor referred to it as a therapy session. I would say we're even better than your typical therapist because we don't even charge you. No, not yet. But these are valuable opportunities to put issues and opportunities on my radar that are pertinent to your community, and it's also a chance to build an effective working relationship that I'm really looking forward to developing and building over the course of our corresponding terms. I will, of course, be doing and continuing to do what I have been doing, going out into your communities to meet people. I remember when I ran for council, I was told that to be a successful councillor, you have to be out there in the community, be present, go talk to people, and get to meet the people. And I know that my predecessor was very much in that same mindset. So please, feel free to encourage members of your community to reach out to our office. If I can go to an event, I will try my best to go there, no matter the drive, and be present in your community. And lastly, as many have said, and I know all too well, there are big shoes to fill in MPP Yakabuski's place. Acknowledging the 22 years of service to the riding is nothing short of necessary when we talk about provincial representation in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. It was so glad to see so many of you at his retirement party last Friday, where we acknowledged his career and support him and his family on his next journey. And of course, I can't thank him enough for the support, guidance, and mentorship over the course of our transitions, him out of this role and me into it. I hope that you will find from me that at my core, my objective in this position is not that much different than his. I want what's best for the Ottawa Valley. This place has been my home, and I've gotten the privilege of seeing and being in every part of this county and seeing what it has to offer. It's a place of opportunity filled with great people. So I recognize the expectations you have as me is being open, honest, and committed to listening to your concerns and working hard on your behalf in provincial government. I fully intend to meet those expectations, and I trust that we will develop a mutually beneficial working relationship where we can have frank and honest discussions about our community, what we need to do best to serve our community, and how we can align our strategies from our community to our priorities within the provincial government. I firmly believe that we are true partners in this march towards creating a better and brighter Renfrew County for the betterment of our constituents and residents. So I thank you for the opportunity to address County Council today. I look forward to continuing to get to meet each and every one of you and continuing our working relationship, and wish you all the best going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And I should say, before I open the floor to questions, two things that we asked of Billy when we met with him, Craig and I, was that one, we could set up a Queen's Park Day in November, and so he's agreed to work with us to do that. And we talked about the format, how successful our previous format was. The other thing was we said we want to have more ministers and provincial officials come through the riding and will assist with setting up tours. It's quite funny because as we were saying that, we'd already, Melissa Marquardt and Jason Davis have been working with Billy's office to bring up Minister Tangri, and unfortunately she couldn't make it, but we had an associate deputy minister through yesterday. So we had a real great opportunity to talk about some of the small business needs and the funding needs for us to keep those offices operating properly. We operate very efficiently. However, we'd like more money for programming. So those were the kinds of things that we talked about. So it was quite ironic to be talking to Billy at 10 o'clock in the morning with the idea that we're both meeting the minister at 4:30. So we intend to do a lot more of that. That's our request of him, and he's been very open to that because we've heard your comments that we don't seem to get the recognition of the government of the day. Recognizing that they cruise up 401, do a bunch of stops along the St. Lawrence, and zip back into Toronto, recognizing that they also will sometimes cruise along Highway 7, turn and go back to Toronto, into Ottawa. And so we recognize that we have been unfortunate, and he recognizes that very quickly. So we're hopeful to get more visits out of the committee. I'd like to welcome former Warden Bob Sweet, sitting in the back row. He was offering me encouragement. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. Are there any questions for Billy? Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you through you to Mr. Deneau for being here today. I think this is the beginning of a wonderful relationship. Just in your kind of closing remarks, Ms. Warden, you had mentioned that it has been thankfully a nonpartisan issue, the neglect of Highway 17 and 417. We just had a conversation about that with the delegation from MTO. We've struggled to get it pushed into Renfrew County. It does broach Renfrew County now, but it has been kind of a position shared by the former government and the current government. And it is essential. I think particularly Mr. Deneau is well placed. I anticipate that you are seeing the dramatic change in your hometown. Some of that would have happened of its own accord, but there is no question that a lot of it is being driven by the transportation corridor that is now available. The town of Arnprior has transformed, in my view, and I think that the entire county of Renfrew will transform. And as we discussed this morning, 417, the initiative started in 1971. I myself recall when it got extended out as far as March Road, which was in September of 1983. So in the ensuing 43 years, it has gone 43 kilometers. And I think that that's going to be, and I had an opportunity just to have a brief conversation with Mr. Deneau this morning, that has to be a priority for you. In the cabinet room, of course, the expansion of our transportation system is not made at the bureaucratic level, it is made at the political level. And there's been a lot of kilometers of Ontario have been paved while we have waited patiently. But the patience is growing thin. I was just at a function recently, actually, it was at the Bonnechere Manor, where they opened a 25-year time capsule. And one of the speakers said that there was a kind of a notion as a young person that 25 years from now I would be flying around with the Jetsons. And I commented that I never had any notion that I would be flying around like George Jetson, but I was pretty certain the 417 would be through Renfrew County by now. So I think that really needs to be done, and I know it has bedeviled your predecessors here of both political parties, I might add once again. But I think that must be where a lot of the shoulder would be applied to the grindstone. Thank you.
Billy, please.
No, and I certainly agree, Mayor Donahue, you know, it certainly heard it during the campaign as well. And I know in terms of my priorities, 17 is one of them. So you can be rest assured that when it comes to being your representative at Queen's Park, it's not something that's going to be lost on me, that it's important. And I can tell you from my experience now as being a member of provincial parliament, I drive that 17 every day to the office. So I certainly see the need and will, of course, continue to make that advocacy on your behalf in Queen's Park.
Thank you. And with that, we will take a break for lunch. Gwen, I believe we're headed downstairs. So we're headed downstairs for some delicious burgers, fresh off the grill.
Well, you better get down there and get an apron.
Yeah. All right, so we'll leave now and come back, can I say 12:45? Okay, yes. Yeah, yes, I can say everything I want. So with that, we'll be back at 12:45. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. And we will start with correspondence. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Warden. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. No, all correspondence that has been received has been, of course, sent to the appropriate committees to be dealt with and or staff to be to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you. And the Development and Property Committee report, and Chair Brose, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Development and Property, wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolution number 1 is Helping Your Place Excel, or HYPE. Resolution number DP-CC-25-06-56, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve the implementation of a regional incentive program referred to as Helping Your Place Excel HYPE program. And the background for the incentive program is attached. Item number 2 is bylaws and official plan amendment number 47, resolution number DP-CC-25-06-55, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to approve official plan amendment number 47. Once again, the background has all been provided, and all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns from members of council about item number 1? Item number 2? Sorry, I just lost that. Give me 1 second. Oh. There's only 2 items? Oh, perfect. Okay. The report as a whole. Discussion? Anything else? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move next to Chair Donahue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend as follows, beginning with resolutions. Item number 1 is the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement, Schedule F, Form of Compliance Declaration, and this is with regards to the Adult Day Program at Bonnechere Manor. Resolution number H-CC-25-06-66, moved by myself, seconded by Committee. That County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer to sign Schedule F, Declaration of Compliance, issued pursuant to the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement for County of Renfrew, Bonnechere Manor Senior Adult Day Program, and the background is attached. Item number 2 is the County of Renfrew's Paramedics Integrated Health and Safety Excellence System, Resolution number H-CC-25-06-67, moved by myself, seconded by Committee. That County Council approve a business case to add 2 summer students to the Paramedic Service Administration Department, and again, the background is attached, Mr. Warden. Item number 3, Disaster and Emergency Local Team Activation, that is Delta, Resilient and Safe Community Mobilization, Resolution number H-CC-25-06-68, moved by myself, seconded by Committee, that County Council direct staff to establish a volunteer-based Disaster and Emergency Local Team Activation, Delta, program within the County of Renfrew, including the development of operational supports necessary for implementation, and there is a fairly extensive background that provides full context on this initiative, Mr. Warden. Item 4, Health Canada's Emergency Treatment Fund, Resolution number H-CC-25-06-70, moved by myself, seconded by Committee. That County Council authorize County of Renfrew undertake all necessary actions to implement the Renfrew County Substance Use, Mental Health, and Housing MESA Systems Integrated Navigation Tool, including but not limited to executing the transfer payment agreement with Health Canada, fulfilling reporting obligations, entering into agreements with partner agencies, procuring goods and services within approved budgets, and performing any other activities necessary to bring the project to fruition, and again, the background is there. Moving on then to bylaws. Item 5, Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center. Resolution number H-CC-25-06-69, moved by myself again and seconded by committee. That County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer to sign the lease agreement between the County of Renfrew and Care for Health and Community Services, 425 Cecilia Street, Pembroke, Ontario, for tenant office space for the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center for a one-year term commencing April 1st, 2025. Once again, the background is there, all of which, Mr. Warden, is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with council as committee.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns from members of council on item number 1, item 2, item number 3? I think we're all very excited to see this roll out, so I know I'm going to be very interested in it, and all of you as heads of council, I'm sure will be equally as interested. Item number 4, and item number 5. The report as a whole. Seeing no more questions, can I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
You've heard the report. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move to the Community Services Committee report with Chair Giardini.
Thank you, Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Community Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. We have one resolution of Renfrew County Mesa Heart Hub Project, resolution number CS-CC-25-06-36, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the County of Renfrew staff to undertake all necessary actions to implement the Renfrew County Mesa Heart Hub project as outlined, including but not limited to executing the transfer payment agreement with the Ontario Ministry of Health, Ontario Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Ontario Health, and any other designated ministry or agency with responsibility for funding of the Heart Hub, fulfilling reporting obligations, hiring or assigning staff as appropriate, entering into agreements with partner agencies, procuring goods and services within approved budgets, and performing any other activities necessary to bring the project to fruition. And the background is there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself and Giardini as chair and committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns on item number 1, everybody? Okay, seeing none, could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments or questions, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you, council. And we'll move to Chair Murphy and Corporate Services.
Thank you, Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under resolutions, we have resolution number FACC 25-06-49, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the audited financial statements for the County of Renfrew for the year ended December 31st, 2024. And number 2, under bylaws, resolution number FACC-25-06-50, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the following corporate policies. Policy A-14, retirement and early retirement, amended. Policy B-14, contract employees, new. Policy E-01, hours of work and overtime, amended. Policy J-05, employee recognition program, amended. And that a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish human resources, corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew be adopted. All of which is, and there's a whole bunch of background there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Members of council, questions, comments, concerns on item number 1, item number 2, and I'm not going to list the subsections if anybody's got a question on a particular one. Seeing none, could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. I'm going to call the vote now. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, Council. And Chair Brose, please, for the striking committee.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your striking committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. It's under bylaws, striking committee bylaw resolution number SC-CC-25-06-10, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that the striking committee recommend to County Council that the persons listed in the draft bylaw be the committees for the ensuing year, and that the first person named on each committee, where bold, be the chair, and that these be established by bylaw, and that bylaw 46-25 be repealed. Once again, the background is there, and all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Donahue, Eamon, Grills, Hodnott, Jan, and Nicholson. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. You have the report in front of you. Council, item number 1, any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much, Council. And we'll move now to consent items. Seeing none, staff reports requiring direction. None at this time. Closed session, we have none. A rise from closed session, of course, we wouldn't need to, and we have no matters. And reports from representatives appointed to external boards. Roma, please. It was late getting out to you, and I apologize for that.
Thank you, Warden. So Gwen very kindly sent out my report. Our Roma board meeting was a few-day event, including, of course, the Healthy Democracy session put on by AMO. We were in Mississippi Mills for Roma on June 11th, 12th, and 13th. We met with local businesses, some true success stories in Mississippi Mills, including Hummingbird Chocolate, which I urge all of you to try. And I didn't bring back samples, Rob, so don't ask, because I knew it was coming. And of course, Vodka, their dairy vodka, amazing, amazing company. We did have a meeting with Rural Affairs Minister Lisa Thompson. She is extremely engaged with the Roma board, and in fact invited us all yesterday to attend in Clinton for the new RED grant program. I wasn't able to attend, but apparently it was very well received. With Minister Thompson, we emphasized our desire to work collaboratively, obviously, and I think our agriculture delegation this morning really hit home where I see that she can help. We emphasized our capacity and commitment to support the province and the feds in their economic development. We raised the impacts of trade disruption, including the cost escalation for infrastructure projects. We highlighted the ongoing need for social and economic prosperity review to fix the broken provincial municipal fiscal framework and rising OPP costs. We also talked about fire. These are all items that when I have my meeting with MPP Denault, these are the items I will be bringing to his attention, because I think not only are they important to our community as Renfrew County, our partners in the city, the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan and South Algonquin, I think that they're highly important to all of rural Ontario, and I think that MPP Denault is the perfect person to bring these items forward with Minister Thompson. She committed, of course, to ongoing communications and meeting with us regularly. The provincial legislative agenda has been very busy. There is the OPP billing review. I'm not sure if everybody got an opportunity to attend these very unusual webinars, but my concern is that this will be the sole gen saying that they have in fact consulted with us. And in my opinion, this was not really a consultation. So I think it's something that we all need to keep our eye on. And also we discussed broadband. It's an ongoing problem all over the place. We discussed tariffs and what AMO is putting out. We talked about a rural infrastructure advocacy strategy because, as we know, our infrastructure is declining and getting more expensive. So I know that you all just got this, but I'm always available if people have questions about the report or Roma's ongoing work. But I certainly, just from today, have a few things that I know I'll be bringing back to the board at our next meeting. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Any questions? And I see some from the member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. Just a note on the OPP billing review. I agree with what has been presented. It appears as though we've been asked for input, but really, I don't know if the true impact of these costs are really being heard. From my perspective, I'm prepared to treat OPP billing in the same way that we treat the education portion of our property tax, which is it's a flow through. Whatever they charge us, we're going to charge directly and make it clear to the residents that that is directly related to OPP. We have no ability to influence this billing, and unfortunately, we're the ones left trying to explain that to the ratepayers.
Thank you. Other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next section. Notice of motions. I see none. Members' written motions. Again, none. Announcements. Any announcements? So we'll start with McNabb Braeside, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So this is on everybody's desks today, the free grand picnic. We're 200 years old on Saturday, and there's events going on all day. It's a rain or shine. They're calling for rain, but that's okay. We have indoor facilities to accommodate. The interesting part of it, we're doing a historical presentation throughout the day, covering the entire history of not only McNabb Braeside and Arnprior, but also the Renfrew County. And the day starts with the chief archaeologist from Museum of Civilization, I'm not sure what it's called now, is starting with why we're finding whale bones in farm fields, and just, it's going to be so interesting. He starts with the geography of it and how Renfrew County was formed. It rolls then into the Algonquins of Pickanawagan are doing a big presentation on their interaction when the settlers arrived and how that all worked. And then our historical families are going to then talk about their ancestors arrived, they have their crown patent, and they're still on the same farm, and how the township developed and how our Arnprior kind of separated off, and just the whole, it's going to be really interesting, if nothing else. The activities and the foods and the music and everything is all 1800s. The kids' games are all 1800s. It's going to be fun.
Great.
But it's going to be really interesting too. So everyone, and it's free food. So everyone is invited.
Okay, thank you.
It's a busy weekend.
That's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, black tie. I think I saw Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden, through you. Well, I hope everybody attends the bicentenary picnic in McNabb Braeside. But when you're done there, head on down to Petawawa. We may have the largest concert event in the history of the town happening this weekend. It's called the Ottawa Valley Stomp. And on Friday, we have Honeymoon Suite there. And on Saturday, we have the Mudmen. It's an East Coast band with bagpipes, and then finished off with The Box. So if you like 80s music, come to Petawawa. We also have Butter Tart festivals, Rib Fest, car shows, lumberjack competitions, lots of stuff going on in Petawawa this weekend.
Thank you. North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden. And if neither of those events appeal to you, you're welcome to join us at Snowdrifters Activity Center for a truck and tractor and lawn tractor pull. The food isn't free, but the entertainment will be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'm sorry, Boncher Valley.
Thank you, Warden. So I'm pleased to officially announce that I will be seeking the role of Warden for the 2025-2026 term. It's an honor to serve our county, and I remain deeply committed to the work we've done together under the leadership of Warden Emo and the work still to come. I also want to sincerely thank the Warden for all that he shared with me over the past 6 months, from council matters to behind-the-scenes strategy. He's been generous with his time and his brain. In fact, after what feels like a full download, I'm fairly confident I could impersonate him in a pinch, though I don't recommend testing that theory. Peter's just been incredible about making sure that I've been caught up on all things Warden. With that, I look forward to the opportunity to serve in this role, and I hope I earn your support as we move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to announcements. Oh, sorry, new business. My apologies. New business. Seeing none. That the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. Can I have a mover, please? Petawawa, please, and Armprior. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. Confirmatory bylaw. Resolution that bylaw 9325 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on June 25th, 2025 be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Kildu Haggerty Richards and McNabb Brayside. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. And our final resolution, that County Council adjourn. A mover, please. Brunel Lindock Raglan and Greater Madawaska. Discussion? I'd like to thank you today. It's been a great day as always. Lots of good insight and discussions and great reports from staff. Very pleased to be part of the paramedic ceremony this morning, and then also the medal presented to Brad Smith. Those things are special times for us. I know it's extremely special for the paramedics and their families and the recipients, but for us to sit on the sidelines and behind the scenes and dream of all the good things that could be done, and they go out and do it. And so I'm glad that we're invited to attend and share that. Everybody in favor? Yes, you are. We're now adjourned. Everybody in favor? Yes. Okay. Thank you. We're adjourned. We'll be back at 1:20. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of the Development Property Committee to order on Wednesday, June 25th at 1:21 p.m. Has roll call been taken? Ms. Van Starsenberg?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? I'm seeing none, so we'll move to the minutes of the Development Property Committee on May the 28th, 2025. Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve? Moved by Councillor from Killaloe Haggerty Richards, second by Councillor from BV. Any additions, corrections, or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And then we'll move to the minutes of the special meeting of the Development and Property Committee on June the 12th, 2025. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Greater Madawaska, seconded by Councillor from Head, Clare, and Mariah. Once again, any additions, corrections, or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And finally, the closed minutes of May the 28th, 2025. Once again, the recommendation that the closed minutes of May 28th, 2025 meeting be approved. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Madawaska Valley and seconded by Councillor from Laurentian Valley. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We have no delegations or presentations today. Communications that are attached. Are there any questions or comments on the communications? I just want to highlight the award, once again, that our Forester Lacey Rose received, the Lorax Award. So again, congratulations to her. And also that Eron has announced that there are now 63 new 5G CL towers that are operational. Any other questions, comments on correspondence? Seeing none, then we'll move to consent reports. And I just would like Director Davis to talk to two of the items on the consent report: staffing and summer company.
Chair, if can I just go back to correspondence? Sorry, I was just responding to a note. I'm sorry, Chair. I'm very sorry.
Yes,
I just, normally we don't talk about these things, but I think this is a big item. C is a big news piece, and I think maybe even the Mayor of Laurentian Hills might want to talk to it about the change of ownership up at AECL or the Warden. This is a big news item. I anticipate that we'll be offering an opportunity for the new owners, the new operating group to attend County Council, but perhaps the Warden does want to speak to this, or Councillor Giardini.
If I might, thank you, Chair. It's an excellent time to speak of it. When the GoCo process was initially rolled out, and we had a lot of meetings to be convinced that, first of all, it would work. Secondly, there would be a benefit. And third, what happens if the contract changes providers? And this I've been following this fairly closely, and I think I know I'm very comfortable with the fact that it's going to be a smooth transition. The management industry of the industry is very small, and so they draw from the same companies, the core companies. Over the last 20 years, they're moving around between companies all the time and different consortiums and partnerships. And so there's not going to be a significant drop-off in performance or movement towards the strategic plan and the priorities of AECL, which still is the parent company. And so there is not going to be any significant drop-off because they have to meet the obligations that AECL has included with the Canadian government in the contract. So it's an interesting time, fresh faces, and I had the opportunity to meet some of the people in the elevator at Algonquin College yesterday morning. They were meeting there to conduct some of the turnover between the staff. So Encouraged by what I was eavesdropping on, but also encouraged when I confronted them in the hallway just for a conversation. So there is a commitment to meet with us. I had an email from CNL. There is a commitment to meet with us very soon, so I will continue to correspond with them, and as soon as we can get them into the chambers, once they're settled, we will do that.
Councillor from Admiston Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to hear this. It has been an ongoing process. We knew that the first operator was departing. I'm kind of curious here because I think that essentially this is the changes to the C-suite. I wonder if the warden has any idea, like how many layers of the org chart would be involved. I'm assuming largely the operations of CNL are not going to notice other than perhaps the name on the paycheck may change. I'm wondering how many layers on the org chart would change under this.
I'm going to offer you a very uneducated guess, and I would assume it's the top 10 or 12, and some of the layer below may depart to other because some of them came from parent companies as well. So that's just a very nervous guess.
Councillor from Laurentian Hills.
Yes, thank you. I have not yet met Dennis Carr, but tomorrow morning I believe he will be at our Environmental Stewardship Committee meeting, where Councillor Lynch and I will be attending. And you're right, it usually is just the top 10 or so that are changing people, yeah. So I look forward to his presentation tomorrow morning.
Thank you for that information. Is there any other comments on the correspondence? See none, then we will move to the consent reports now. And once again, Mr. Davis, the two items, if you could please speak to.
Sure, and sorry, Evelyn has a comment to make.
Yes, we need to have a mover and a seconder for the
We had that.
for the correspondence.
Yes, I do see that now, that I need a mover and a seconder for the communications to be received as information. Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Hills, seconded by Councillor from McNabb Braeside. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Evelyn. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Evelyn, and good afternoon, everyone, at 1:30. Two items, and maybe a little bit more, but the first item under staffing updates, pleased to announce that Mr. Gary Davis has accepted the position of project manager within the real estate division. Through our budget discussion in 2025, you, the elected, have decided to give us this opportunity to have this new position as we move forward. And what you'll see in the discussion items, real estate is a very heavy lifter for our department for a number of initiatives. And we need this position to help lead us through the next, I'm going to say, 10 to 15 years. So much appreciative of you for this position. And congratulations to Mr. Gary Davis. The second item for staffing updates is the new GIS technician, and at the back we do have Colin Godsell as the new GIS technician for the County of Renfrew. Colin's background is the University of Carleton for GIS and geomatics, and we appreciate him joining our team. A lot of activities going on for Next Generation 911, zoning updates and planning updates, so a very, very busy portfolio on the GIS side of things, and we welcome Colin to fill that position. Thank you.
And did you also want to speak to the summer company successes?
And thank you again. And it is a good success story for the summer company and the participants. So if you happen to be looking at your PDF document and the report on page 27, great uptick or uptake on this granting opportunity for summer company. Some years we don't have a lot, but this year we have more than enough to fill the position. So I do want to name some of the 13 applicants, 7 that were filled. Jasmine Clark for pottery at Whitewater Region, so good job for Whitewater Region. Paige Hodgson from Arnprior for the crochet products and clothing. Noah O'Brien from Madawaska Valley for apparel branding. Hunter Prince from Horton for 3D printing. Mina Wren for henna services and products. Nella Rosandick from Killu Haiti Richards for handmade stickers and buttons, and Emmanuel Young from Empire for lawn care business. So again, this is a great opportunity for young individuals to get the support through Summer Company to be entrepreneurial. So we need these new young people going through this process, and we appreciate the support we get from at the province for this fund. So Chair, those are the two items, or any other ones we want to talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there any questions or comments on any of the other 15 consent items? Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
I did on items 2 and 15, Mr. Chair, so certainly by your leave, if you wish, I would do number 2, but if there was anyone else on any item before 15, then I would yield again. On item 2, very pleased actually, I had asked, I think the theme of our last council meeting here was Audited Financial Statement Day, where we received 3 of them. That is the Renfrew County and District Health Unit, Renfrew County Housing Corporation, and the Consolidated Corporation of the County of Renfrew. So I had requested of Mr. Davis if this could be presented. I don't think that we have heretofore received these. We certainly, that is, Council has received the budgets on an annual basis. I think perhaps in our prior format, perhaps the D&P committee may have been receiving more financial information, as often was the case within committees under the previous structure. All of the information items were not necessarily elevated to council. But on this one, I just had one question. I recognize that largely, sorry, let me preface this. So ultimately, the expenditure, the revenue, the expenses exceeded the revenue, which was anticipated in the budget for 2024. There is a substantial difference, though, on the budget for 2024 and the actuals for 2024. So the expenses for 2024, these are found on page 33 of the PDF. No idea what page on the diligence, sorry. But ultimately, the budget for this was $490,000, and the expenditures were almost $100,000 behind that, $396,798. I'm just kind of curious. So the budget had anticipated a shortfall. It had anticipated drawing $109,000 from reserves. It did, in fact, have a shortfall, much diminished, of just a little bit over $16,000, $16,520. But substantially less activity seems to have happened in 2024 than was budgeted. Like, really, there's $400,000 got spent of an anticipated $500,000. I wonder if perhaps Mr. Davis can comment on where the compression may have happened.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, and through you. So the major component of that kind of shortfall, or the savings or shortfall, is we didn't complete the destination marketing plan at that time. So I think we budgeted around $75,000 to complete the destination marketing plan. So that has been pushed forward to 2025, this current year. So that's the biggest not spending those monies. And in reality, just a reminder, we have these reserves in place for, when we looked back at why we have these reserves. For a number of years, we understaffed OVTA and budgeted that way, and the elected at the time pushed those reserves and pushed those savings into a reserve account, and that's why we have a bit of a reserve. However, we are using those reserves to make whole this division on a yearly basis. So this is, as we talked about before, this can't be going on forever. But the good news story is we do have the MAT implementation. So that could be some sort of mechanism, and we don't know for sure until we have the final numbers and the revenues from MAT. That could be a possible solution to make us whole.
Supplementary.
Thank you. Yeah, just to follow up on, particularly as Mr. Davis has opened the door here, the MAT taxes that are now going to be contributed from both the town of Petawawa and the city of Pembroke are going to have, I don't believe that it's an overstatement. I think we're going to have a profound impact on OVTA. I'm just pulling up. Councillor, recall it's only a couple of meetings ago, I think, that we reviewed. So the anticipated activity for the year we're in now as I indicated, the budget expenses were just shy of 500,000 for 2024. 400 was spent. The budgeted expenses anticipated for 2025 are just under 800,000. So we're not seeing a doubling of this, but it's going up by 60%. So I'm anticipating, and this is entirely within both the board and the staff at OVTA, but of course I think it is probably going to call upon the resources made available from the County of Renfrew as well. I think we are likely to see some substantial reorg, if you will. I had asked, I think when we were looking at this earlier, if in fact we anticipated that we could carry on all of the business anticipated in 2025 with the same staffing levels that we have heretofore had. I'm not looking for any of the answers to that, but I cannot imagine that you're going to increase your budget by 60% and not anticipate substantial difference in how business is going to get carried on. Anyway, it was just that one question that I had on these particular, and much appreciation for and to be clear, this is a review. So they're not audited financial statements, but given the level of business anticipated for 2025, I think the Not-for-Profit Corporations Act will at that point dictate that they will heretofore or hereafter be audited financial statements. Thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you again. So just a reminder, so the MAT implementation, when we go through this is the first year when we're receiving these funds. And all those funds go back to those jurisdictions, those areas that have the MAT in place, like City of Pembroke and the town of Petawawa. I think this is the year where we'll understand better the revenue sources, if you want to call it a revenue, and what the expenditures are going to be. And then next year, we'll look at the staffing model if there's a need or not. So we're at a good place now. More of a looking for more information as we move along. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, are there any questions on any of the items up to item number 15? Warden.
Thank you. Just very quickly, we had some conversations this morning about what more we could do for the agricultural community, and I just wanted to kind of reassure the community that we are doing some things. We had the tour for elected officials, which certainly, we'll have the proposed tour, but then when you take a look at the Taste of the Valley, excuse me, and then you look at also the tap and cork, those are the kinds of things that mean something and is certainly part of an overall strategy to put our best foot forward as we show off the breadth of our agricultural community. Number 8, kudos to staff. If you take a look at that one, there's the full page ad in Canada Travel and Lifestyle magazine, which reached 100,000 readers, and then the digital billboard experience on the Gardiner, which is going to reach 50,000 impressions during that week. So congratulations, those are pretty strategic. I've sat on the Gardiner a few times, and I've even driven on it a couple of times, but I've sat on it mostly and crawled. And so I would have loved to have seen a billboard, advertising Renfrew County. So congratulations.
Thank you for that. And I would just also highlight that item number 11, our Forester Lacey Rose will be presenting to the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers. And Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair. And just for clarity, so she did present back in June of middle of this year. So she's been to Newfoundland to do the presentation, and very well received. And if anyone here would like to see the presentation, she's willing to share the presentation she did to the ministers to talk about retention and education and outreach that we have for our forest industry. So we all know that Lacey Rose, as the county forester, is very proactive in trying to have the recruitment for the forest industry. And so the presentation, very well received, and have that opportunity, even though it's a number of provinces away, but to have that opportunity to be in front of the ministers is so important for the county of Renfrew and so important for the forest industry. So good for Lacey Rose and the county of Renfrew. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the consent reports? And I see none, so I'll turn back to Councillor from Madison Brumley for item number 15.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I believe, so I'm very pleased. This is ultimately a just under a $71,000 savings from budget, which is almost a 1/3 savings. I'm assuming this is probably for the same reasons that the operations department are finding substantial savings on a lot of our construction projects.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, and through you. So in discussions with our operation friends and public works friends, that is the case. In relation also, so keep in mind, in our discussion report, we do have some EV charging stations. So we're aware of, we have this paving to do here. We also have maybe some trenching to do also if it's successful in our discussion report about the EV charging station. So we're aware of what's going on and we're appreciative of the support.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, then can I get a mover and a seconder that the consent reports be accepted as information? Moved by Councillor from McNabb Braeside, seconded by Councillor from Arm Prior. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And we'll move now to discussion reports. And the first one is the development and property. Sorry, just a second.
I can do it, Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
So
Davis.
on page 55 of your DNP package, the first item for resolutions is regarding the Taste the Valley. I'll read the recommendation and then pause for the background. That the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council designate the Taste the Valley event series as an event of municipal significance, playing an important cultural, social, and economic role in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor from Bon Chartre Valley, seconded by Councillor from Laurentian Valley. And background, please.
And the background, as you see in the report, is some changes in the designation of farmers market and serving of alcohol. We do need a special occasions permit, an SOP. This is just a formal process. I guess it's red tape to have this happen. And we do know we have a very vibrant microbreweries and things like that in the county. So this is a very positive news moving forward. Even though we're talking about 2 events, overall we want all the events to have this special designation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor then of the, thank you, that is carried. Item number 2 is the general consultant services on the 330 Boundary Road paramedic base. Do you want to go ahead with the recommendation, Mr. Davis?
Thank you again, Chair. So that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council direct staff to advance the implementation of the Pembroke paramedic base at 330 Boundary Road, Pembroke, Ontario, and that staff is directed to award request for proposal RE 2025-08 RP for general consultant services as supplied, submitted by Greenview Environmental Management Limited, Bancroft, Ontario, in the amount of $227,970 plus applicable taxes, and that staff be directed to proceed with the design and construction requirements for the development of the Pembroke paramedic base located at 330 Boundary Road, Pembroke, Ontario, and that the renovation project be funded through an application to Infrastructure Ontario.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor from Head Clare Mariah, seconded by Councillor from Township of Killaloe, Haggerty Richards. And background, please.
Thank you again, Chair. So this is one step in the process. We've taken a number of months to purchase this property. I think we've given you an update that we've renovated, not renovated, but we've gutted the property to a shell position right now. And this is our next step. For this, we call this a prime consultant. With this consulting services, they'll be looking after the engineering reports, the architectural reports, and being a project manager for this project. We do believe it's going to take about 1.5 to 2 years to complete this project. And while we have good expertise on staff, this group and individual will be the prime consultant to move this file along. We do have a bit of a time frame because of the hospital not necessarily kicking us out, but they do have a timeline to get us out of the existing building here at the hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions or comments? Warden.
Yes, if someone could explain to me, the asterisk value does not include mileage and mileage and hourly rate.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So the asterisk just meaning if we hire different companies at different locations through Ontario, we'd pay their mileage from, say, Toronto to this location. So that's why we couldn't compare apples to apples, and that's why we left it out.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? I'm seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Next item is the EV charging stations, and once again, Mr. Davis.
Again, heavy lifting on the real estate side. So the recommendation that the Development and Property Committee approve the award of contract RE 2025-07 RP for the design and installation of EV charging stations at the County Administration Building Site, 9 International Drive, Pembroke, Ontario, and at Renfrew County Place at 450 O'Brien Road, Renfrew, Ontario, to Rondo Electric 1997 Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, in the amount of $93,863 plus applicable taxes and $149,005 plus applicable taxes, respectively, and that the remaining $152,870 required for the completion of the project be drawn from the building reserve account.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor from Madawaska Valley, seconded by Councillor from Petawawa. And background?
Thank you, Chair. So not a long-standing issue, but when we created the budget in this year, 2025, we did include this in our budget. So we included $100,000 per site for this application. We did apply for 6 level 2 charging stations at both sites. You'll notice there is a bit of a discrepancy in the costing methodology or the costing submissions between here and Renfrew County Place. And the bigger cost at Renfrew County Place is specifically due to get to the prime source of hydro. It's a longer distance. And so that's why you see a bit of a change. So again, during the budget creation, $100,000 per site. Of the $100,000, we budgeted $45,000 for a grant that we did receive for these level 2 charging stations. So it's a good move forward. It's part of the Climate Action Plan report if we want to have the infrastructure in place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions or comments? Councillor from BV and then Whitewater.
We're negotiating who's going to go first. Thank you, Chair. These are really for employees and visiting people to the county buildings. They're not meant as a tourist. Oh, they are, because level 2s take about 4 hours to charge, and that was my only concern with this. But did you want me to stop?
Mr. Davis.
Through you, Chair. So going from a level 2 to level 3 is quite prohibitive. So level 2, it will be open to the public, whether they use it or not, that's a different matter, but at least it'll be there for 6 charging stations at both sites. We'll have ample opportunity for the number of electric vehicles that we have currently for staff and for the possible elected officials that have electric vehicles.
Well, you could give tours to the public if they're charging for 4 hours.
Councillor from Whitewater.
And maybe we could take turns leading the tours.
Team building.
Chair, thank you. My point that I was going to say is just recently, and I believe it was an OVTA newsletter, had included a number of charging station grants that were available, up to 50%. I think they were stackable. Is there any chance that we could leverage that in this project and save ourselves some money?
Through you, Chair. So we have received that grant application, and we're looking at that right now. But as of right now, I can't depend on us getting that. So we're going to move, if we can, move forward with this, and then if we come back to County Council or committee when we're successful for the stacking grants.
And Councillor from Adamson Brumley.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions. I guess the first comment, if I was understanding the budget correctly, so in total there was $90,000 anticipated from the federal government, and our component was going to be $110,000, $55,000 assigned to each If I'm understanding that correctly, then, so we had budgeted from our own, and the expectation was to draw from the building reserve for that as well. It was 110, and the 152 or just under 153 is the actual versus the 110 budget. Is that correct? So are we looking at approximately 43,000 of additional expenditure?
Through you, Chair, as I slowly look over at our treasurer, and that is the case as he nods. Thank you.
Okay, and just to follow up, by your leave, Mr. Chair. So ultimately, and I don't know, because this is the second question, that certainly is explained in the dramatic difference in the cost of identical installations at 9 or 7 International, wherever they're going to go, and at Renfrew County Place. I think somewhere on here, I'd done the math, I think it's like $53,000 difference for the installation at Renfrew County Place. I wonder if you can identify like what's driving that substantial delta for the same installation.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, through you, Chair. One of the biggest factors is having the cabling to the prime source of the hydro. For here, we have a decent short distance, and we already have conduit feeding our generating station, our generator at the back here. So they'll be utilizing the conduit, they'll be utilizing the shorter distance here, hence the cheaper price. At Renfrew County Place, they're bringing in hydro right from O'Brien Road, which is a longer distance, and the more trenching, more work and material to bring it into the site.
Supplementary?
It only just occurred, thank you, Mr. Chair, it only just occurred because of the answer. So are there any issues with these, with the power supply, i.e., I'm not sure entirely how Renfrew Power works, perhaps the councillor from the town of Renfrew can identify. Does this create any issues of having an installation of this draw to the grid within the town?
Not that I'm aware of. What happens is the power comes in from Stewartville, and should there be a disruption, then we draw from the Cobden side. So we're very fortunate that we don't lose power for any length of time. The power that's produced by RPG at the Bone Chair, it goes back into the grid. My understanding is that this shouldn't cause a problem.
Thank you for that information, and also pleased to see that it was a local contractor that was successful bidder. So again, good news. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next item is the 450 O'Brien Road Paramedic Storage Garage, and Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, Chair. So item number 4, page 59 of your PDF package, and the recommendation that the Development and Property Committee, recommends that County Council approve funds in the amount of $60,000 for the paramedic garage located at 450 O'Brien Road, Renfrew, Ontario, and that the funds be taken from the Building Reserve account.
Thank you. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor from Madison Bromley, seconded by Township of McNabb Braeside. And background?
Thank you again, Chair. So you'll recall we built 2 new garages at the back of Renfrew County Place. Again, this is how the evolution of our paramedic program has taken place. So at one time, these garages were supposed to be for just a shelter for outside vehicles. They kind of morphed into a more of a semi-climate controlled unit that we built. But now, as we see through our friends at the paramedic programs and through the tariffs, they're up buying a lot of supplies. So they need a climate controlled space for the supplies. Also, the current supply area has been taken over currently by the mechanic that's now doing the accreditation services for the vehicles. So a lot of things have changed since we created and wanted to have these garages in place. As typical evolution, I always call it the evolution, or where things have changed. I would have loved to have the crystal ball at the time to say, we know we want a climate controlled building when we built the garages way back when. But again, looking at being proactive that the chief has been doing, buying more supplies, getting the accreditations for the vehicles and the mechanical uses that we're using for. I think this is a good news story. For us as real property and real estate division, it's a challenge as we go back to fix things we just built, but it's still, overall, it's a good news story for our paramedics to have this climate-controlled environment for all their supplies as they move forward with their development.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions or comments? Mr. Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I certainly understand the need for this, and in fact, I think there were 2 of these facilities were constructed, and I think there were fairly substantial surpluses realized from what we had budgeted for their completion and what the actuals were. I'm just, because typically I'm process, so this is an unbudgeted capital item. So I'm wondering what is driving either why this was not part of the development of the 2025 budget, or B, why there's an urgency that we not wait for the development of the 2026 budget.
Mr. Davis?
I think, if I may, Chair, through you, so there are probably two large factors that we didn't know about during the creation of our 2025 budget. A, the tariffs. We didn't realize the need to buy more of the supplies, to make sure we have the supplies at that cheaper price through the paramedic program. That's one. The second is the accreditation that we receive from the province to allow us, our mechanic, to upfit our vehicles to save time and money. And that moved the need, because of that. We now need that garage space that they were storing those materials into a new space. So those 2 factors that we didn't know about in 2024, 2025 bring this to a head today.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So if I'm understanding correctly, though, then, and it wouldn't be, the value wouldn't be in the near term necessarily to be financing this now, but ultimately those 2 items then would be forecast to provide or realize savings, i.e., in perhaps having an increased level of inventories at a more economical price on materials, whatever it is that the paramedic service may go through, but also that there may be opportunity to realize revenues even through the mechanic now being licensed for some fit-up. Is that reasonable to suggest that there might be some savings or value?
Chief Nolan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. I think you highlighted a number of really important issues. There are both savings as opportunities, but also revenue as opportunities. And there's also a sustainability and resilience factor given the political economic climate that we're living in today. We provide central stores now, which we didn't in the fall, for programs such as the Hard Hub program and the warming center. The issues related to pharmaceutical supplies are significant, and we went ahead and ensured that we had adequate supplies to create a bit greater buffer given the uncertainty in our geopolitical climate. Those medications require quite stringent climate control requirements. And so by centralizing our stores into one of the 2 garages, which was not what was contemplated when we built the garages, allows us not only savings, but also the ability for continuity of operations. And in terms of the vehicles themselves, on the emergency response vehicles, we did not have certification when the original garage was even contemplated. However, today we know that for every emergency response vehicle that we build for ourselves, we save in excess of $100,000 per vehicle over the life of that vehicle. And today we received our first order from another municipality for us to be able to integrate and create emergency response vehicles for other municipalities, which unto itself represents a revenue generating opportunity for that garage. So really it's a matter of timing, not a matter of necessity, but to go through the summer and then into the winter and then into next winter before we have this upfit. That would require us to rethink our business model associated with climate control sensitivity of the materials being stored in that location and our ability to service external orders for those vehicles. So thank you.
Mr. Davis, was there anything you wanted to add?
I think I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just two questions. The expense, like this as an asset, is it cost captured back to the province as part of normal paramedic operations at 50% in terms of a rent or lease agreement?
I'm seeing a nod of the head. Is that a yes?
Through you, Chair. So yes, it is. That's part of their programs.
Excellent, good. And the second question is just, I acknowledge, and I just want to make sure is that this is increasing our real estate assets and the value of them. So approving this is automatically adding it to our asset management plan for future renewal. Is that correct?
Mr. Davis?
Through you, Chair. So it is, as we build this out to a different structure, a different space than what it was originally. So yes, it will be adding a value, an increased value to the asset management plan.
Good. I just want to formally acknowledge that because we're approving not just this expenditure, but future requirements to expend money. Thank you.
And Councillor from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I like the idea. Just a question, what was the original cost of the original garage construction? Just so I can put a total dollar figure on the whole project.
So through you, Chair, so there are two garages at two different time periods, one year and one completed last year, one completed the year before. So each garage was approximately $400,000, including the pad, the cement pad, the actual building and the conduits going into it, including the electrical heat. So about $400,000 each.
And, Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's an important point for those listening today. This isn't a single garage, it's a 3-bay building that we're talking about. So when you're taking that math into account, it's not what most people would think of as a garage. It's actually 3 garages in one building with garage doors and so on. So I think that's an important point. It's one project for 3 garages.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And that brings us to 450 O'Brien Road conceptual design. And Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, Chair. So the last item in the discussion items that the Development and Property Committee directs staff to continue with the development concept of 450 O'Brien Road, Renfrew, Ontario, as presented, and to continue to seek funding for this development.
Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor from Killaloe Haggerty Richards, seconded by Councillor from Arnprior. Background.
Thank you again. So for those of you that are looking at your PDF package, I think if you had a chance to look at page 72 of the concept drawing, again, this is a high level kind of look at what could we use the green space at 450 O'Brien for housing units. We've looked at this a number of times. This is building upon what we've done through Bruce Howarth and his team, what we've done at Bonnecher Manor to get a property site ready when there's funds available from the province. So this is our first step at 450 O'Brien. When you look, thank you, Tina. Tina has gladly and quickly brought up the map of what we're looking at. So what you see on the screen in front of you is the 450 O'Brien site. On the upper top side is the actual building of Renfrew County Place, and below that is the OPP station. But you see two phases, 2 big blocks to the left of the image, and for development. Some of the things we're considering is the driveway to be widened to a road standard, so where the town could take over the road and create that a road. And the idea for us as we move forward is we have 2 1 acre plus lots areas on the 450 O'Brien site to accommodate up to 400 residential units in a apartment complex style. We're trying to maximize this green space. Currently it's just kind of a vegetated field, but we see opportunity here. So this is our first step. Our next step is to really look at the services that need to be brought into that and how much it would cost as an estimate, like what we did at Bonnechere Manor, to move forward. So again, heavy lifting with Bruce Howarth and JP2G to make this as a concept. I think the province should be appreciative of what we're trying to do for housing in Renfrew County. Maybe even the viewing public may see this as another step forward to get more housing in Renfrew County. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Yeah, it's kind of exciting news. Questions or comments? Councillor from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. Just curious, I'm very supportive of the approach. The long-term visioning, would we be looking at a lease of the property, a sale of the property with the development? What conceptually are we trying to prepare for? What kind of options?
I'd like to say item D, all the above. When we look at this, and I think we talked about this at a different occasion with Habitat for Humanity. They looked at this site as a mixed use. For us, we're looking at this in one aspect, and that's us as Renfrew County Housing Corporation as a possible site for some of our RCHC assets. But we want to maximize that site, so it'd be a mixed use. I think that's the best value. Working with our CAO and working with our RCHC friends downstairs, that's with Andrea's team, we're looking at this site to really maximize both.
Supplementary.
Good. Again, I love the approach. So I'm kind of marrying up. It's almost like an industrial park that we're doing all the preparations for in order to be able to facilitate specific uses in the future.
Mr. Davis?
Yes. The simple answer is yes. I think once we get to a certain point for a agreement with the town, what would it take for the servicing and have the agreement in place, that's exactly what we're trying to do.
Yeah, so a residential park.
Different, but yes.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Warden.
Yes, I'm very supportive of this. I think it's a great use of that land. And I like the engineering of Jason Davis Drive. I think it's quite an impressive piece of roadway. The town has ample capacity with its water system and its wastewater system. The water system works at 1/3, a little over 1/3 of its capacity right now, and the waste system is at about 58% of its capacity, the wastewater treatment. So there is the capacity there to support this and a number of other projects. And again, there is a significant transformer as well, so in terms of putting power back into that area, it makes sense. So it makes a lot of sense. There are some pieces there already. Thank you.
Councillor from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yeah, I too, I like the concept. I'm just wondering about the infrastructure costs, the road, sewer, water, all those initial infrastructure costs. Does all of that burden fall onto the County of Renfrew?
Mr. Davis?
While we're not there at those costs, like we do have the cost for the Bonnechere Manor site. At this stage, we don't know the exact cost, but if we do develop this as a County of Renfrew entity, it'd be the burden would be on us to do this. But we're always, again, thank you, CAO, we're always seeking funding for this, and that's one of the main drivers in some of our delegation requests, is to seek these funds to get this in place.
Councillor from Whitewater.
Good, sorry, I'm just going to build on that one. If I thought of it as an industrial park, the investments that we put into it, less any grants or additional funding, they would become part of the value of that asset if we were to sell it or lease it. So really, it's putting an investment into something to make it more palatable for future investment. Is that clear? Like, we're not talking about sinking money and not potentially getting it out of this site.
That's truly the case, unless the whole site is a Renfrew County Housing Corporation asset. And so we have to look at it at both sides, whether it's a market value or not. So I'm very aware of the comment and the questions, but moving forward, I think we will be successful for grants to make this happen.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So where we're trying to get, and we're working with the Warden's Caucus as well, and some expression of interest pieces as well. But I'll note, and I think the Warden made note of it with our MPP at a meeting this week. At some point, we anticipate that the county will be eligible for funding for many of these projects that municipalities have been, though thus far the upper tier has not been. So we're hopeful that that message has been heard from Minister Flack. We've continued to say it, I think, as you have as well. Like we've seen, perhaps even with the roundabout project going on in Petawawa and other projects we've applied for, this government wants to fund any projects that are near shovel-ready, designed and shovel-ready, that increase housing. So I think if Mr. Davis's group gets this together to a point of design and shovel-ready, then we're set up for those funds to start flowing. Arguably, there's always maybe a 50% or a 50-50 deal or 70-30, whatever that formula is. We'll have to bring it back. But if you don't have a project ready, you're not going to get funding. So that's what we're trying to get towards. I mean, we don't want to sit with an industrial park that sits empty for 30 years either, right? That's why we won't move forward with until we get that funding. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Whether it's sold or leased or otherwise, that value will be built back into that lease.
And Town of Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair. Just more follow-up on the follow-up. So I think I heard the comment, correct me if I'm wrong, that should this project come to fruition and the road and the underground infrastructure were built, that at some point it may be turned over to the town of Renfrew. Is that what I heard? And if that's the case, is Renfrew aware that they now have another road to pave and fix and sewer and water to maintain?
I think that's something, sorry, through you, Chair, I think that's something we'll work with the town. It'll be up to road standards for the town of Renfrew, and we'll deal with the fine staff of the town of Renfrew.
So if I might, so when we've spoken to MPP Deneau and with Minister Flack recently, what we've said is, and I'll point to Blanchard Manor, the Blanchard Manor Generations Project, it's the perfect mix of what they've asked for. It's housing that we don't have in our portfolio presently and desperately need. It answers a need across the seniors, but also for employment. We have an MOU with the town of Renfrew, so there's a question of costs, and it's shovel ready. And it's zoned properly, and we've got some relationships with developers that we're ready to go once we receive the funding. So we've said to them, we've done everything you've asked us to do in terms of getting partnerships, clearing up red tape, getting something shovel ready, having something that's concrete that you can look at, meets a specific housing needs. So we've done everything that we can. And we think that that will be, the saving grace at some point in the future. And we've stressed repeatedly, we have this project, but we're not eligible for your funding. We have other projects, but we're not eligible for your funding. We've pointed to the one for one that recently started in Francis Street. We talked about the same thing in Cecil, the 2-for-1, where we tore down the single unit, put up a duplex, and the Douglas project. And we've hinted at this, and in fact handed over this information to the MPP earlier this week as well. So we're telling them, we're doing what you want. You have not changed your funding envelope to allow us to enter, and you're going to miss the opportunity in our community. So we'll keep using that message, but we have some really good examples of we're doing what you've requested. Now you have to do what we expect, which is fork over a small portion of your vast funding. So thank you.
Thank you, and maybe just to add a little bit onto that, the province also announced, I think just this week, that they are certainly nowhere near hitting their target for the amount of housing that they want built. And secondly, it's, I think, also important, worth noting that if and when the Highway 17 four-laning does bring that traffic to Renfrew, again, there'll be more pressure on finding housing in the Renfrew area. So I think that's also worth noting to the province that here's a good place to invest some money. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And I will need a recommendation that the discussion reports be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by Councillor from Head, Clare and Mariah. Comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We have no deferred reports, verbal reports. I see none, but we do have a closed session, and I have a recommendation that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Development Property Committee move into a closed session for the following reasons: a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. That would include the Whitewater Region Paramedic Base, Keys Public School, and Care 4. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor from Adamson Brumley, second by Councillor from Madawaska Valley. All in favor? Thank you very much. We will now move into closed. Thank you and welcome back, everybody. We have one matter arising from the closed session. It's a contract award, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, Chair. The recommendation is that the Development and Property Committee recommends to County Council that a bylaw be adopted to accept the proposal submitted by R.K. Porter General Contracting Incorporated, Perth, Ontario, in collaboration with J.L. Richards and Associates Limited, Ottawa, Ontario, and Aegis Group, Canada, Ontario, for the contract RE 2025-04 RP design build for a paramedic-based Township of Whitewater region at a cost of $3,253,653.96 plus rebatable taxes, and that funds for the project be obtained through the financing arrangements with Infrastructure Ontario.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Madawaska Valley, seconded by Councillor from McNabb Braeside. Background?
Background, if I'm looking at Tina for a second to see if I'm sharing my screen or not. So I have a quick slide deck.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it on the video.
I have a quick slide deck just to go through the process of the of our design build concept. So what we have here is to talk about, if I can. It is fancy, and I appreciate Kevin Raditz, who's at the back of the room here, and his team for this creation and the support as we move forward. So as a reminder, this is the proposed location of the new paramedic base at the corner of Mindview Road and Forester Falls Road, and it's that green space where they currently have their patrol garage. What the intent is, it will survey off that chunk you see in blue as the proposed location. And so when you look at our typical design, our cookie cutter design, so what you see here is an existing design that we've had and we were successful for the town of Deep River, Petawawa, etc. It's around 3,400 square feet, give or take. And what you see in the design at the very bottom of that image is the majority of that building space is the 3-bay garage, drive-through garage. On the right-hand side, there's inside the garage is some storage area. And then the full left-hand side, about 1/4 of the space, that's where you have the paramedics, where they have their offices and their touchdown areas, their change areas, and their washrooms in that area. So that's a typical design that we've used and utilized for the past number of years and the past number of builds. A little different for the Whitewater Paramedic Garage, working with our friends at the Paramedic Service and through Chief Nolan, some of the different requests for this build. What we're talking about on the far right-hand side in green, highlighted in green, is a lean-to, an enclosed lean-to to support the storage of some of their facilities. And again, I'm sure Chief Nolan will add value to this conversation. This is one of the requirements to make sure they have an enclosed space for some of their vehicles and some of their assets. What you see in the far left-hand corner, again, this is a very high-level concept design. At the far left-hand side, this is space, office space for VTAC, Renfrew County VTAC space, where the public can be utilized this space, their own separate entrance, separate from their crew quarters, what you see in the middle. So that's additional cost and additional square footage. And so the concept design is a little over, almost close to 4,300 square feet for this garage space, and as we move forward. So that's the design. Good submissions from 3 different proposals, as you see in the committee package, what we have. The first proposal is from Chandos. You know what, very succinctly, all the designs are very similar. We gave them the base overall design. These submissions are very well received, good interviews, good qualifications. But I think when we look through the different designs and basically the costing methodology, we're going with the one we have within the recommendation, which is R.K. Porter Incorporated. And so what you have here is, on the right-hand side, is the layout of the building within that framework, Forester Falls and Mindview Road. In the proposal, one entrance for now, but we're in negotiations and discussions about a secondary entrance, what you see in red, and that's why we have some contingency fees within the document. So very excited for this project. We're moving fast. As we mentioned before, the real estate division has been doing a lot of heavy lifting in the past year, and we see this going to be heavy lifting for the next year and a half, 2 to 3 years, for all these different proposals, whether it's the paramedic base here in Whitewater Region or in the Pembroke paramedic base. Hopefully for timelines and for next steps, we're completing the surveys for the Whitewater Region base here. And then in conjunction, we're hoping to have both bases done in 2026, near the end of 2026, depending on a lot of different supply factors. Who knows what could happen in the world and the economics of the world. We're cautiously optimistic. Yes, it is fairly large expense of $3.2-ish million for this, the Whitewater paramedic base, but I think is a good move forward as a paramedic program. I think I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Comments or questions? Oh, Councillor from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I just see that there's filtration and UV water systems needed. Is that due to the water quality there with wells?
Through you, Chair.
Is that just standard?
This will be standard because we're in a rural environment. We're not on municipal services here, so with expectations and with our RFP, we'd want this in place as a base level. So yes, it's going to be a base level approach.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Is there any new or other business? Warden.
Yes, and I won't take up too much time with this. On one day this week, yesterday, I attended the Community Futures annual general meeting, and just some very interesting information to pass on quickly. They're 40 years old. They have invested $44.9 million in the community and leveraged an additional $43.6 million. They've awarded $4.8 million in grants, 1,001 loans have been dispersed, and 5,020 jobs impacted. And so that was that's over their 40-year period. And they, this year, have 19 businesses have been impacted, $2.3 million in loans invested, 337 jobs impacted, $2.2 million leveraged. And so I'll put this annual report in the next package for you, but I just thought it was pretty outstanding. And 40 years of existence, that's quite a lot of dollars invested, leveraged, and jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. It's great having that organization. So if there's no other new business, I'm not seeing any, then the recommendation is that this meeting will adjourn at 2:40 and that the next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, August 27th, 2025. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Hills, seconded by Councillor from Head, Clare, and Mariah. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. We are adjourned. Take till 2:46 for the next meeting to start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this Committee of the Whole Operations Committee meeting for the County of Renfrew on June 25th to order at 2:53 p.m. Has the roll call been taken, Evelyn?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, before I go on, I'm just going to turn this over to Mr. Perkins for an announcement.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you to council. Thank you. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Chair, and through you to council. We've exhaustively searched for the manager of operations, high and low. Had a number of great candidates. I'm pleased to say that Mr. Michael Beam, homegrown Laurentian Valley boy, took the position for us. So we're very pleased. Michael's in the back. So if you wouldn't mind sharing your congratulations, thank you very much. Michael's been with the county for a substantial number of years. We won't go into how long, but we're really looking forward to him moving into this new role. He was the manager of, supervisor of technical services. So he coached the team that's producing $37 million worth of capital projects. So we're very excited to get him into this operations role, and we look forward to his success for sure. So thank you.
Thank you for that, and welcome to your new role, Mike. Okay, then we'll continue on. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of May 28, 2025. The recommendation is the minutes of May 28, 2025 meeting be approved. Moved by member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that's carried. We'll move on to the closed minutes. The recommendation that the closed minutes of May 28th, 2025 meeting be approved. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Bonaire Valley, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. I would say if there are any comments, questions, errors, or omissions, and if there is any, we'll need to go into close to deal with them. Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. We have no delegations, communications. Attached, there's a list of communications from outside agencies. Well, I'll just highlight them at the moment. So a thank you letter from the Township of Asphodel Norwood, thanking the county for the use of a shredder after ice storms. Very appreciative of that. Resolution from the town of Bracebridge on the use of salt usage, and our well-awaited rejection letter from our grant application for the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. You'll recall that was the application we made for the Bissett Creek overpass for the Algonquin Trail. Can I get a mover and seconder to receive these items as information? Moved by the member from Edmundston Bromley, seconded by the member from Head Claremore. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. We'll move on to consent reports. The reports are provided in our agenda. And the first one, the operations consent report. You'll see the capital variance report for our information. The bylaw for County Road 4, Storyland Road rehabilitation. The bylaw for County Road 69, Siberia Road granular material. The bylaw for County Road 69, Siberia Road paving, and the bylaw for County Road 70, Ruby Road rehabilitation, all of which were awarded under consent. Can I get a mover and seconder for acceptance of the reports? Moved by member from... Sure, that's fine. Well, we can do that. Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, and seconder, member from Greater Madawaska, or sorry, Madawaska Valley. Comments or questions on any of those items?
Just wanted to comment on item number 2, the paint the plow. What an excellent job that the students did, and I'd love to hire a team to paint one of the plows in our municipality as well. So,
Thank you for that. I was going to highlight that, and thanks for bringing that up. So there's a very nice photo in our report. Maybe we could all adopt this. Anything further? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is with respect to the delegated items. I think that's number 3. I'm just kind of curious. I understand typically the contingency is a formulaic number, mathematical. I think perhaps budgets typically assign 10%, and then after it's awarded, it drops to 5%. But there's a substantial variance with the Siberia Road. I'm wondering if perhaps yourself, but I would defer to Mr. Perkins. So certainly there was a budget of 10% variance on these the 3 items, but the variance on the projected is below 2%. And largely the change in variance is explaining the majority of the surplus variance. So I'm wondering if Mr. Perkins can identify why there seems to be more certainty, cost certainty surround Siberia Road that is dramatically diminished to the anticipated contingency.
I will pass that to Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. What's going on here is our day labor crews doing the base work for us. So we have much more certainty in the contingency because we have control over the operations crew much tighter than if it was the contractor. So that's the reason for the tightness here.
Thank you for that. Anything further on the consent reports?
Mr. Chair, if I might just follow up on that.
Sure.
So was the day labor not anticipated at budget as well?
Mr. Perkins.
I'm not totally sure. Sorry, through you, Chair, to the committee. I'm not totally sure. I will have to get back to you. But we're mobilizing our day labor crew to do this project in phases, right? So, yeah, I'll find out.
And if I may,
sure.
So the 10% contingency on this project, it is 10% of the top 3 items, and then day labor shows up as the 4th line, and that was not part of the 10%. So they still don't seem to be part of the contingency. I will defer this to the August meeting to provide Mr. Perkins opportunity to review with staff. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. You taking note, Mr. Perkins? Anything further on any of the consent reports? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of acceptance? And that is carried. Then we'll move on to discussion reports. And item A, the operations report. So item, where am I here? Let me find my spot here again. So item number 1, the former CN rail corridor. And you'll see the recommendation that staff resume discussions with CN and research the potential for the acquisition of the former CN line. Many in the room will recall that we went down this road before and stopped that process. But there seems to be a renewed interest in this, so the background is there. Item number 2, the Ottawa Valley Recreation Trail. Each one of them? Okay. Okay, so let me back this up. Let me read the entire recommendation that the Operations Committee directs staff to resume discussions with CN, Canadian National CN Railway for researching the potential acquisition of the former CN rail line corridor from City of Pembroke to Algonquin Park. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Head Clara Mariah, seconded by the member from Bonnechere Valley. And then you'll see the background there. Comments, questions? Member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So just in your comments, you had said that there seemed to be renewed interest, but in fact, it seems to be the interest is that perhaps we may have to forever hold our peace, i.e., the conditions of the sale were not found to be satisfactory to the county at the time. I don't expect that those conditions have changed. The thing that seems to have changed is that perhaps that this does not remain on the table and a viable option moving forward should conditions change. So I guess my first question is, do we have certainty that this isn't so, that this is in fact so, that it does appear that CN is moving forward with the sale? I'm inclined to think if it is such, it's probably not a contiguous trail, but it would probably be key components. I believe already the contiguous nature of the CN trail has been broken in the city of Pembroke, and the value to the county for a recreation trail diminishes if it is in fact not a contiguous trail, though keeping in mind that this CN rail line does enter into Algonquin Park. I'm not sure if that is in Laurentian Valley, Laurentian Hills, perhaps KHR, at which point it would essentially terminate, as Algonquin Park provides no motorized vehicles in there. I am given to understand, I think that there may be a trail that surrounds Algonquin Park, and I'm not sure if this potentially would be a component for this, but I guess what I'm getting at is I'm never opposed to having conversations, but it does not seem to me that the parameters that were not found engaging to the county when discussions broke off have changed. So I'm certainly have the same reservations now as I had then. Do we know that what is being suggested by this snowmobile club, or the Federation of Snowmobile Clubs, is that so?
We believe so. I don't know that we have anything in writing that backs that up. However, well, we have, well, perhaps we do actually, but I think the consensus at committee was, the Trails Committee, was that this may be the last opportunity to try it. And if we can't get all the conditions met that what we want, then maybe maybe not worth it. But it's before the rest of the trail gets split up into smaller pieces, then it won't be contiguous. So and it does go through Laurentian Valley and Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards for sure. Member from Laurentian Valley.
Thank you, Chair. About maybe 6 weeks ago, I received an email from Terry Goudry, Chair of the Snow Country, asking for a meeting with me. I did go to that meeting, and they had the two representatives from ATV Club there as well. And they went through the whole reason why they would like to present and have the county look at this again. They also asked to have a delegation so that they could attend county council meeting and explain the full of the reasons and the opportunities and gains of having this. And the first part was, as we see here now, to open up the conversation again. And I guess my question is, will we entertain, or can we still entertain those representatives to come to county council and explain the same information to all?
Well, I guess, sure, but at this point well, I mean, if we accept the recommendation here, we're moving forward with that process, but we could, Mr. Kelly.
No, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this a little bit as well, as my colleagues, I'm sure, can do just as good a job. So the reality of keeping this trail in public hands is that this is the western part of the county connector to the majority of the province. Without this trail for ATVs and for snowmobiles, Killaloe, Haggerty, Richards, Madawaska Valley, and other points west would not be able to access Pembroke and north as easy as they can. I'm sure there would be other ways, but you know what private lands are like these days with trail access, so this maintains it in the public realm. The other piece of this that wasn't really taking place, when did we stop conversations? About 7, 8 years ago, I guess now. Well, maybe not, 7 years ago. 6, 7 years ago, was that CN has sold the lands to Laurentian Valley and Whitewater region recently, and of course passed them along to us. So there is an openness for consideration. You recall there was some your points about the considerations that existed at the time that we did move forward with was an opinion based on environmental issues and tax receipts. I think they're open to conversations. I think that was a conversation that the details still need to be worked out in a comfortability about the environmental piece. There was a bit of he said on that one, quite honestly. And I think opening that conversation up will get better clarity for this council to consider. But we do know there's an openness. We know that this property has been listed for sale in the past. We know that the piece through Pembroke, as you rightly said, noted, is now truncated. And I know that there are farmers and other adjacent property owners that are interested in these lands in Laurentian Valley in particular. So I think, to the chair's point, the timing, at least to have a conversation, is prudent to have it now while there's interest and almost a willing buyer, willing seller type situation at the moment.
Thank you. Anything further on that? Member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. The only comment I'd say is I would encourage that the municipalities that have the portions running through them are included in those discussions, similar to what we've done recently. Could we do a three-way discussion just to ensure that you have the voice of the municipality in terms of the benefits that they're going to enjoy from having the trail included in anything that we end up considering?
We'll leave that to the other two members and staff, for that matter. Sure. I'm sure the Laurentian Valley would be more than happy to be involved with that, and Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Okay. Anything further on CN Rail?
Mr. Chair, not on CN Rail, but we've all lost internet, so it might be difficult to follow along with Diligent if you don't have it loaded.
And that's my concern. Why?
Just so you don't wonder what the confused, exactly. If some of us look a bit confused as to where we are, sir.
Well, I was trying to get this back on, but
yeah, no,
wasn't happening.
we've the elected. Then you're not on the elected.
So, can we continue on here? Okay. So, anything further on CN? Seeing none, I will call a question. All those in favor? So you're trying to tell me I have to read more, aren't you? Item number 2, Ottawa Valley Recreation Trail, Algonquin Trail, final property transfers. The recommendation that the Operations Committee recommend to County Council investigate opportunities to advocate with local MPP Billy Deneau and through municipal conferences for the transfer of the remaining CP Rail properties using compiled plans, where compatible, in support of the Ottawa Valley Recreation Trail, Algonquin Trail acquisition from CP in a timely manner. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from McNabb Braeside, seconded by the member from Renfrew. Just briefly, the staff seems to be having some issues now where in the past we've been able to transfer the deeds or the properties using compiled plans, which is quite inexpensive. They're having some pushback from the Land Registry Office that they want surveys done for all of these parcels of land. The feeling is that the cost will be around $400,000 to do the surveys, and very minimal to do the compiled plans. So, through the minister, through our MPP, committee suggesting that we advocate to get somebody to maybe instruct the Land Registry Office to allow us to do this. That's the long and the short of it. So, any questions or comments? Member from Admiston Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, and I don't know what it would be called now. I think that the ministry that this rolls up into is
commercial relations
and commercial relations. Do we know who is? I'm sure that our crack staff can quickly draw up a listing of the provincial cabinet who that particular minister is as well. That's probably a potential delegation request. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, so we'll try to do that. Just so the background is there. I mean, it makes sense. You know, this is advancing the active transportation and the trail system within the county, the province, and the country, for that matter, being part of the Trans-Canada Trail also. So we'll see what happens there. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Item number 3, contract extension and rehabilitation of County Road 4, Storyland Road, and County Road 20, Castleford Road. Recommendation that the Operations Committee recommends to County Council that projected surplus on the 2025 capital program be used to extend the following 2 contracts. PWC 2025-04, rehabilitation of County Road 4, Storyland Road, with the addition from Alex Lane to Highway 17, a distance of approximately 1.42 kilometers at an approximate cost of $365,000 plus applicable taxes. And PWC 2025-20, rehabilitation of County Road 20, Castleford Road, with the addition from Edie Road to Humphreys Road, a distance of approximately 2.7 kilometers at an approximate cost of $1,085,000 plus applicable taxes. Based on, can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Armpire, seconded by the member from Edmundston Bromley. Based on staff's evaluation of the variance report, they believe, and committee believes, that there's been enough savings, or there's been enough surpluses realized from other tenders that have gone out this year that we can extend these 2 projects, and the background is all there. Yeah, nothing else to say. Any questions or comments? Member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm fairly certain it says it in the report, because I did read it, but I can't seem to find it right now. So when and how far from the future are we drawing on these 2 particular projects, segments? I.e., are they from the 2026 asset management plan?
This is surpluses. These are surpluses that we're realizing this year.
I recognize that we're realizing a surplus, but we're proposing to expend the surplus. So ultimately, the surplus is being realized in drawing projects into 2025 that would not be anticipated to be funded until future years. Right. So at the end of 2025, we're not going to see a surplus reflected, but we are going to see an impact on our long-term financial plan, because we are bringing forward these projects. So I'm curious how far forward. I'm assuming that if these projects are required, it's either 2026 or 27.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Storyland Road, County Road 4, which we hope to extend for $365,000, was planned for next year for an overlay, so we're moving that up. Interestingly enough, Castleford Road only has 1 lift on it. So what the plan was is in I think it was either 7 or 8 years out, was going to be a complete pulverize and repave. So right now in the pavement management matrix, it's an opportunity to put a second lift on this, and that would give us between 15 to 17 more years of life. So we're saving money way down the line. So that was the reason that these 2 were, and also the unit prices we were getting are so good. So this is the opportunity. But I have to warn you, the potential here now is, right at the bottom of the report, we put it in small print right on the bottom, that if we go ahead with these and everything goes according to Hoyle, there's the possibility that we may come in $106,000 over budget on $37 million. Now, we're pretty confident that that's not going to happen, but we just want to make sure that you're aware that we may spend all the money for the first time ever, plus a little.
So the initial question was, are we moving this forward too soon in the season because we haven't seen all the tenders, but all of the tenders are out. All of the major ones are out, and the rest of them are all very small, so the variances are going to be quite small. Supplementary or additional?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's been my experience that Mr. Hoyle is relatively accurate. And I think that, you know, there's another adage that you strike when the iron's hot. When we are seeing very aggressive bidding and tendering on our projects, we saw the same thing in 2016, I believe, and substantially augmented our capital program that year. So I'm all in favor of this, even to roll the dice perhaps to some degree should Mr. Hoyle be incorrect. But ultimately, where I am with these is, so we're going to roll along to the end of the year, and we're going to see, hopefully, a surplus. But the surplus will be diminished that would otherwise be realized as we have been unfolding according to our long-term financial plan and our asset management plan. So if we are now gaining an additional perhaps 7 to 10 years on the Castleford Road, that impacts the long-term financial plan as we are cascading, if you will. As we roll out our spreadsheet that has an impact on a rolling 10-year basis, these have impacts that are positive. So we're not going to realize the dollar value at the end of 2025, but it does necessarily impact our asset management plan and our long-term financial plan moving forward. They're not realized surpluses, but they were how I think most of us in the room would perceive as gaining value for the ratepayers. Thank you.
And hence the recommendation of the committee. Mr. Perkins.
And I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Thankfully, Mr. Beam's in the room to correct me. So actually, County Road 20 was the one that was planned for 2026, and 4 is the one that was further out. And this is 4 we're doing the overlay on, and it's going to buy us a significant amount of time in our asset management plan. So it's good money. Sure. And maybe I should have said Murphy's Law, not Hoyle.
Anything further?
They're both excellent.
Member from Whitewater.
No, Chair, I just wanted to applaud. I think this is the right approach that we want staff to be taking, leaning forward, coming to us within $100,000 at the end of the year on a multi-million-dollar project. Yeah, I'm very supportive. Thank you.
I'm glad we have the support of all the council. Anything further? Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on to item number 4, pedestrian crossover intersection Dorn Road and Herman Street in Petawawa. Recommendation that the Operations Committee recommend to County Council that the request for a new pedestrian crossover at the intersection of County Road 26 Dorn Road and Herman Street, Town of Petawawa, be approved. Can mover and seconder, please. Member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, and the member from McNabb Brayside. You'll see the background there. We've had the request from the Town of Petawawa. They're willing to install this at their cost, and then it would transfer over to the County Renfrew for ongoing maintenance. It's like, I don't know how many crosswalks you need in Petawawa, but you're getting them. Any comments or questions? Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. This is close to our Herman Street School, which is our fastest growing school. That's where all the subdivisions are going. And we did have the final crossing guard that worked in the town of Petawawa. I think he's over 80 now, and he's retiring. And it's at this intersection that he has worked. So we needed something to help high pedestrian traffic coming from that school to get across. So thanks to the staff of the county for working with our staff. It's much needed.
Thank you for that. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on to bylaws. Item number 5. Road access agreement, County Road 508, Calabogie Road. Recommendation of the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the County of Renfrew to enter into a road access agreement along County Road 508, Calabogie Road to control access to lands described as part of Lot 17, Concession 1, being parts 1 to 7 on Reference Plan 49R-20911 in the geographic township of Bagot Township of Greater Madawaska in the County of Renfrew, with Corey Murray Barrett and Brittany Lynn Barrett. The background is there. trying to think what that was, but anyway. We can all read. Is there any comments or questions? Mover and seconder. Moved by the member from North Algonquin-Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Item number 6, dedicated land as part of Public Road Allowance, County Road 26, Doran Road. Recommendation that the Operations Committee recommend the County Council adopt bylaw dedicating Block 41 on Plan 547 as part of the Public Road Allowance of the County Road 26, Doran Road in the geographic township of Petawawa, town of Petawawa. I was going to use this explanation for the previous one, but I guess there's a piece of property between the road and a piece of property that's being developed, and to be able to access that property, this piece needs to be transferred to the road allowance. Fair enough. Any comments, questions? Moved by the member from Arnprior, seconded by the member from Edmundston Bromley. Yes, I should have some more sugar. Further comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Item number 7, the rehabilitation of County Road 512, Foymount Road. Recommendation that the Operations Committee recommend the County Council approve contract PWC 2025-12 as submitted by Greenwood Paving Pembroke Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, excuse me, for the rehabilitation of County Road 512, Foymount Road from Silver Lake Road to Highway 41, Township of Bonacieux Valley, in the amount of $3,022,967.80 plus applicable taxes, and that a bylaw be adopted to execute the contract. Excuse me. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Bonacieux Valley, seconded by the member from, excuse me, Rudnell, Lindock, and Raglan. So you'll see the tenders and the financial implications. Member from Edmundston Bromley.
I'm fine with it, just appointing, if you will, Mr. Chair. So we have been experiencing substantial savings typically. I think our very first out of the gate did kind of shock us, but I think since then we have had more stability. I'm just wondering if, Mr. Chair, you or through you to Mr. Perkins can identify the driver of the substantial variation.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. So what happened here is after we went out for tender, we realized that there needed to be more pulverizing paving on this section, so that's what accounted for. The unit prices are still really good, but we had to add an extension for further pulverizing pave. So that was the difference. And also, so you know that the Eganville base is in here too. We're going to pave their parking lot, so we got a really good price on that, but we're still going to take all the money from DMP that they had allotted.
Is that good? Okay. What that was? Oh yeah. Okay. Anything further on item 7? Seeing none. All those in favor, and that is carried. And I think that's all we have. So I would entertain a motion to accept the report as a whole. Moved by the member from Edmundston Bromley, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. Comments, questions? All those in favor? And that is carried. We have no deferred reports, no verbal reports, closed session, none. Is there any new business or other business? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn Moved by the member from McNabb Braeside, seconded by the member from Bonaire Valley. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Back in 5 minutes. Thank
We'll
you.
be back in 5 minutes. Thanks, Warden.
Please be seated. Great. Good afternoon, and welcome to the special county council meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order at 3:38, and we have to conduct roll call. So, Madam Clerk, could you conduct roll call, please?
Sure. Good afternoon. Councillor Bennett? Councillor Brose?
Present.
Councillor Doncaster?
Still present.
Councillor Donahue?
Here.
Warden Emo?
Present.
Councillor Giardini?
Present.
Councillor Grills?
Present.
Councillor Hoddenot?
Present.
Councillor Yon?
Present.
Councillor Lynch?
Here.
Councillor Mayville?
Here.
Councillor Murphy?
Here.
Councillor Nicholson?
Here.
Councillor Service?
Here.
Councillor Schulist?
UTMGSO.
Councillor Tripp? Councillor Watt?
Present.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. And Mr. Kelly, could you offer an explanation as to why we're here?
Well, there's a philosophy question. We absolutely appreciate your patience with us today and for having a special council meeting. As you will understand, we had two committee meetings today, Operations and D&P, where there's some significant capital items and some recommendations to move forward. While there are certain delegated authorities sent to myself and other directors over the course of July into August, we will not be meeting until about the second week of August at this point. And in terms of getting some of these tenders moving forward as presented and some of the real estate projects moving forward in a timely fashion, we thought since you were gathered here, we would look at those items we discussed at committee just a short time ago for your discussion and approval this afternoon during a special council meeting. I would not like this to be regular practice, but since it's very irregular that we take the next, well, it's not irregular, we take the next 6 weeks off, but it is something that we thought we would ask your, again, your patience and your diligence on. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to committee reports and Chair Brose. I'm sorry. Member from Deep River?
Thank you, Warden. Just curious, recognizing that there was a striking committee this morning, I believe, but could we not have had a special meeting previous to this morning's council meeting?
Respectfully, no, because we had to process this information that's going to be talked about right now in the committee meetings today. They had to be authorized by committee to come to council. So,
but we could have done that at a special operations committee before county council this morning.
Okay, that's a different way of doing it. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we do have struggles at times getting people in the mornings as well. So.
No worries.
There were several options the clerk and I did consider. We considered recessing the council meeting until later today. We considered having a special meeting, then a council meeting, then a regular committee meeting. Then it was still odd, so we thought that this was a best solution.
Thank you. And Chair Brose, please, Development and Property.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Development and Property, wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolutions, item number 1, contract award, general consultant services for 330 Boundary Road Paramedic Base, resolution number DP-CC-25-06-66, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council directs staff to advance the implementation of the Pembroke Paramedic Base at 330 Boundary Road, Pembroke, Ontario, and that staff is directed to award request for proposal RE 2025-08-RP for general consultant services as submitted by Greenview Environmental Management Limited, Bancroft, Ontario, in the amount of $227,970 plus applicable taxes, and that staff be directed to proceed with the design and construction requirements for the development of the Pembroke Paramedic Base located at 330 Boundary Road, Pembroke, Ontario, and that the renovation project be funded through an application to Infrastructure Ontario. And the background again is all attached. Item number 2 is for 450 O'Brien Road Paramedic Storage Garage, resolution number DP-CC-25-06-68, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve funds in the amount of $60,000 for the paramedic garage located at 450 O'Brien Road, Renfrew, Ontario, and that the funds be taken from the building reserve accounts. Once again, the background is there. Excuse me, and in bylaws, contract award, Whitewater Paramedic Base Design Build, resolution number DP-CC-25-06-73, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt the bylaw to accept the proposal submitted by R.K. Potter General Contracting, Inc., Perth, Ontario, in collaboration with J.L. Richards and Associates Limited, Ottawa, Ontario, and Egris Group, Canada, Ontario, for contract RE 2025-04-RP, design build of a paramedic base, Township of Whitewater Region, at a cost of $3,253,653.96, plus rebatable taxes, and that the funds for the project be obtained through a financing arrangement with Infrastructure Ontario. Once again, all the information and costs are attached, and all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. And back to you, Warden. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, questions, comments, concerns on item number 1? Item number 2? Item number 3? The report as a whole. Can I have a mover?
So
oh, I'm sorry, McNabb side?
No, you asked.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mover, please, Chair.
So moved, Mr. Warden.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you. And with that, we'll move to operations, please, and Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of Whole Operations, wish to report and recommend as follows. Bylaws. Item number 1, road access agreement, County Road 508, Calabogie Road. Resolution number OPCC 25-06-100, moved by Chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the County of Renfrew to enter into a road access agreement along County Road 508, Calabogie Road, to access lands described as part of Lot 17, Concession 1, being parts 1 to 7 on reference plan 49R 20911 in the geographic township of Bagot Township of Greater Madawaska in the County of Renfrew, with Corey Murray Barrett and Brittany Lynn Barrett. The background is there for your entertainment. And item number 2, the rehabilitation of County Road 512, Flymount Road, resolution number OPCC 25-06-102, moved by Chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve contract PWC 2025-12 as submitted by Greenwood Paving, Pembroke Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 512, Flymount Road, from Silver Lake Road to Highway 41, Township of Bonisher Valley, in the amount of $3,022,967.80 plus applicable taxes, and that a bylaw be adopted to execute the contract. You'll see the tenders submitted, the financial implications, and committee was comfortable with staff's recommendation that the overages can be accommodated through the current projected savings on other projects in the overall 2025 capital budget, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns, item number 1. Item number 2, the report as a whole. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. That the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Member from North Agona Wilberforce, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. Notice of motions? Seeing none. Members' written motions? Seeing none. New business? Seeing none. Confirmatory bylaw. That bylaw 9625 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held June 25, 2025 be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover? Member from Deep River, second by the member from Brudenell, Lindock, Raglan. Yes, member from Abbotston, Bromley.
Within the agenda package, the bylaw itself is shown as 9725.
My apologies, it is 9725.
But the resolution did indicate 96. You were correct
Okay.
in reading it. I just wanted to point out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'll do then is I'll reread the resolution. Thank you very much for that. The bylaw 9725, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on June 25, 2025, be now deemed read 3 times and passed. I had a mover from Deep River. I'm assuming he's still moving it. And a seconder from Brudenell, Lindock, Raglan. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much. And again, have a very safe summer. And thank you very much for your hard work and attention in this first 6 months. And we'll see you again likely over the summer, but definitely in August when you come back. Can I have a resolution that County Council adjourn, please? Member from Boncher Valley, member from the Laurentian Hills. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much, everyone.